Chapter 730. The feather could transform into the wings of the heavenly rock. It could also transform into a shield. It could also unleash a storm of swords, etc. Previously, when the feather was protecting the little gold rock king, it had appeared one by one. Chuyang did not try them one by one. He did not have a time now. He only found the little gold rock king's imprint in the feather. After erasing it, he began to loot the little gold rock king. His movements were rather proficient, and he quickly looted the little gold rock king clean. Chuyang took out a few greystone crystals from the little gold rock king's spatial ring. His eyes instantly lit up. Desolate stone. Desolate stone. The desolate demons stole the origin of the eastern wilderness. This was the most suitable for Chuyang. With this desolate stone, his physical body's evolution was guaranteed. There were many other treasures. Chuyang did not check them. He stared at the little gold rock king. Should I remove a wing and roast a gold rock wing to eat? This thing's blood is very dense. It's definitely a great supplement. But he immediately thought of the disgusting matter. If the little gold rock king had eaten humans before, it might vomit out the wings. Bastard, if you don't want me to have a good time, I won't let you have a good time either. Chuyang directly turned the little gold rock king into its gold rock form. Then, he plucked all the feathers from its body. Immediately, the little gold rock king was like a chicken. Its feathers were all removed, and it looked like it could be cooked, but its body was covered in blood. Chuyang's actions were too rough. Then, he hung the little gold rock up and let it float in the wind like a roasted chicken or duck in an oven. He left a message. Peerless disfiguring brick, professional sneak attack. I'll do my best to create the best sneak attack experience for you. I'm sorry to disappoint you this time. The next time I serve you, I promise with my character that I'll let you experience the best and most sincere sneak attack service. If you're very satisfied, please select A. If you're satisfied, please select B. If you're not satisfied, please select C. Your precious opinion is our most valuable asset, and your satisfaction is my unswerving pursuit. After Chuyang finished writing, he felt that it was missing a trace of charm, but he didn't have time to care about it. He spread his heavenly rock wings and left with a swoosh. Good, very good, very good. Chuyang was very satisfied. He could control the speed of the heavenly rock wings with ease. However, the fact that a simple robbery could yield such a shocking harvest made his heart burn even more fervently. He felt that he had to be even more ruthless, or else he would be struck by lightning. As the saying goes, when the heavens give you a gift, you will be blamed for it. When the time comes, you will suffer a calamity. Yes, that was the logic. Chuyang had even more reasons. He laughed evilly and said, King Nine Spirit, Little Three Eyes, King Winged Tiger, and Princess Fox, I will give them all a brick. It would be best if the four nations, Longhu Sect, Seven Stars Sect, and Sea Demon City were all looted. He thought about it for a moment, and his career was really bright. One had to know that the Emperor Island was about to open, and Sea Demon City would definitely be a gathering place for geniuses. If he looted all of them, he wouldn't have to look for opportunities for a long time, and it would be easy for him to advance to the 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. Next target, King Nine Spirit. Chuyang found King Nine Spirit in Sea Demon City. At this moment, King Nine Spirit was plotting with an extremely pale young man. Chuyang didn't recognize this pale young man, but he recognized the two people behind him, the two 4th-grade formation masters who participated in the encirclement of Chuyang when Yongxi and He Tiancheng. Young sect leader Fong, I didn't expect that we would have a time to cooperate. King Nine Spirit's face was full of smiles, and then he said, However, I don't know what plan Brother Fong has, and how do you want us to cooperate? Young sect leader Fong. Chuyang thought to himself, could it be that this pale young man is the young sect leader of the Soul Devourer clan? It should be. If not, how could those two old bastards be like slaves, waiting respectfully at the side? Chapter 731. King Jiuling. Fong Wulong smiled and said, That's simple. That bastard Chuyang will definitely make a move on the Thousand Devil Sect. As long as we quietly reveal the location of the Thousand Devil Sect, We can wait for that idiot Chu Yang to bite the bait. It was too simple. If Chu Yang could be dealt with so easily, the Soul Devourer clan wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As the young sect master, he wouldn't be so weak. Young sect master Fong, how can you be so sure that Chu Yang will take the bait? Although King Jiuling was dissatisfied, he didn't show it. Simple. Fong Wulong said coldly. Chu Yang said that he would take the karma of the millions of souls. That's why he was able to draw out the karma and use the Lotus Karma Fire. After a pause, great hatred and resentment appeared in his eyes. The Thousand Devil Sect is one of the participants. Since Chu Yang has taken the karma, he won't let the Thousand Devil Sect go. Even so, King Jiuling raised his doubts. Chu Yang is very intelligent. So, how could he not have guessed our plan? How could he have been fooled? Who knows? We might even fall into his trap and be wiped out by him. King Jiuling, you can rest assured. Fong Wulong said confidently, the Five Elements Sect and many other forces will arrive soon. When the time comes, the Thousand Devil Sect will intercept the disciples of the Five Elements Sect. That bastard Chu Yang will have to come even if he doesn't want to. King Jiuling frowned. In the Five Elements Sect, is there someone close to Chu Yang? Of course. Fong Wulong said coldly. Chu Yang is the joint successor of the Five Elements Sect's Grand Elder and Elder Huangjin. This time, the Five Elements Sect has a little beauty called Qian Aoshue. She is the granddaughter of the Five Elements Sect's Grand Elder. Another one is called Silver Fox. He is Elder Huangjin's disciple and Chu Yang's junior brother. Also, the Five Elements Sect's Saint Child Zithertone and his big brother, Chu Fei, are sworn friends. As long as we capture these three people, we don't have to worry about that bastard Chu Yang not coming. Qian Aoshue, Silver Fox, Saint Child Zither. After thinking for a while, King Jiuling suddenly said with a smile, Young Master Fong, are you sure that Qian Aoshue is a little beauty? Hee hee. Fong Wulong immediately understood what King Jiuling meant. He smiled and said, Don't worry, King Jiuling Qian Aoshue is no less beautiful than Princess Fox. Moreover, her expression is ice cold, which is the best way to arouse a man's desire to conquer her. When the time comes, we'll drink and have fun with her. Do you think Chu Yang, that cheap bastard, will not come out? Then young sect master Fong, it's settled for now. King Jiuling stood up and cupped his fists. But I still have to discuss this matter with the Little Gold Rock King. We also need to carefully consider the details. We can't make any mistakes. Okay. Fong Wulong also cupped his fists and said, I'll wait for your good news. Then, King Jiuling took his leave. Chu Yang heard it clearly and was furious. Damn it. How dare you use such a despicable idea to force me to show up? In particular, this bullshit King Jiuling wanted to use Qian Aoshue to make a fuss. As for how to make a fuss, Chu Yang could totally imagine it. He decided to attack King Jiuling first. Then, he began to sneak over without making a sound. After the Little Gold Rock King, Chu Yang was well prepared this time. He knew that King Jiuling might have some secret treasures, so he was prepared to use multiple methods to ensure that he would not fail. Boom! The next moment, a golden light flashed, and a large brick flew out. The 7-kill sword in his hand slashed down. At the same time, every attack contained a spiritual attack. King Jiuling was very powerful, and he did have some treasures on him. The moment Chu Yang launched a sneak attack, the prayer beads hanging on his neck reacted instantly, but they were suppressed by the Gold Rock King's feathers. Chu Yang smashed the back of his head with the large brick. Bang! 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 18 consecutive strikes. Every strike was like a clap of thunder. Thunder rumbled and lightning interweaved. King Jiuling's scattered golden hair immediately exploded and turned black. He rolled his eyes and fainted immediately. Chapter 732. Swish. Chu Yang quickly looted King Jiuling and left quickly. King Jiuling was hit by a stick. Who is this? How dare he touch King Jiuling of the Yao clan? Isn't his movements too proficient? In just the blink of an eye, he disappeared. I can guarantee that he's a professional. That brick is so big. It's even bigger than King Jiuling's head. Will King Jiuling become King Jiuling? The commotion was too big. Moreover, it was in the Sea Demon City. It immediately alarmed many people. They were all dumbfounded. That's King Jiuling. Why is he charred? Are you sure he was hit by a stick and not struck by lightning? Hey, look, there's a big bump on King Jiuling's head. It seems to be bigger than his head. What's that big bump? Didn't you see that his skull was cracked? It's too miserable. I feel pity for him. More and more people gathered. Seeing King Jiuling, who could do whatever he wanted in the Sea Demon City, was in such a state, it was even more noisy. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Fong Wulong and the other two heard the commotion and immediately rushed over. Fong Wulong saw King Jiuling, who was charred, had a big bump on his head, and had a cracked skull. His face was gloomy. Chu Yang. It must be Chu Yang. His conspiracy with King Jiuling was discovered by Chu Yang, so he took action. Chu Yang, come out if you have the ability. Fong Wulong roared in anger. His meticulous conspiracy was killed before it could be put to use. When the name Chu Yang resounded in the Sea Demon City, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. However, it soon became noisy again. Chu Yang, so it's that Chu Yang. No wonder he dared to hit King Jiuling. If it's that Chu Yang, it's not strange. However, isn't this method a little too disgraceful? What do you know? Does a person like him need to care about your opinion? While everyone was discussing, bang, after a muffled sound, thunder rumbled. When everyone sensed it, they saw that there was a big bump on the back of Fong Wulong's head. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Soon after, a golden light flashed, and they saw a golden figure with golden wings spread out behind him. With a swoosh, he disappeared. Everyone was speechless. Such a brazen hit, and the person who was knocked over was still hooting just a moment ago. Furthermore, the most important point was that the looting was done so quickly. The spatial ring on Fong Wulong's hand had already disappeared. Who did it? Who did it? About an hour later, a tiger's roar shook the entire Sea Demon City. The winged Tiger King's roar was heard repeatedly. The little three-eyed king was smashed to the ground with a huge brick right in front of his eyes. However, the tiger's roar was very short. After the tiger's roar, the rumbling of thunder followed, and even a brick the size of a small mountain appeared. The little three-eyed king was smashed to the ground. The winged Tiger King was also smashed to the ground. When the people heard the news, their reactions became even more spectacular. What shocked them the most was that the little three-eyed king and the winged Tiger King were stripped naked and hung up. That scene would probably make the little three-eyed king and the winged Tiger King die from embarrassment when they woke up. Not long after, another explosive news came. Princess Fox of the Fox Clan, the most beautiful woman in Sea Demon City, was also ruthlessly destroyed. A brick smashed to the back of her head, causing blood to spurt out, and she fainted. She was also robbed clean, and even her foxtail was cut off. To put it nicely, she would no longer have to worry about her foxtail being exposed. The reason for this seemed to be because it was said that Princess Fox's mouth was a bit dirty, and it was even heard by that so-called Chu Yang. Then, tragedy befell her. The news came one after another, and the entire Sea Demon City seemed to be dumbfounded. This Chu Yang was too crazy. After Princess Fox woke up, she screamed incessantly. In the end, she fainted again. A moment later, the little gold rock king appeared. His face was extremely gloomy, and the people found that there was also a big bump on his head. Chapter 733. The Little Gold Rock King, Nine-Spirit King, Little Three-Eyed King, Winged Tiger King, Princess Fox, and Fong Wulong were all in a bad mood. The City Lord of Ocean Demon City, Hai Wuya, invited them to the City Lord Mansion for tea. Half of Ocean Demon City had been destroyed. As the City Lord, this was something that Hai Wuya had to do. His general meaning was very simple. You guys made a fool of yourselves, so I won't laugh at you. I can understand your anger, but when you're angry, please pay attention to the flowers and plants of Ocean Demon City. Hai Wuya wanted to invite Chu Yang for tea the most, but in this Ocean Demon City, his territory, he couldn't find Chu Yang at all. In his heart, he didn't dare to look down on Chu Yang, even though Chu Yang was a junior. Of course, for someone like Chu Yang, who could stir up trouble, Hai Wuya could also issue an arrest warrant. However, in this way, he would be completely standing on the side of the beast race, opposing Chu Yang. This was not in line with his interests. Moreover, Chu Yang still had the five elements sect behind him. Perhaps the fact that Hai Wuya had two sons was also a very important reason. His two sons, Hai Xinghai and Hai Xinglong, would never want them to be stripped naked and hung up to dry. He also did not want them to have a tail cut off or something like that. Overall, this was the attitude of this big boss of Ocean Demon City. He naturally didn't fear Chu Yang, but he also didn't want to provoke Chu Yang. This person was very evil. In other words, Hai Wuya admitted that Chu Yang was a very powerful figure. The little gold rock king, nine-spirit king, and the others understood Hai Wuya's meaning very well. After Hai Wuya left, the little gold rock king and the others didn't leave immediately. Instead, they held a meeting. What kind of meeting was this? Was there a big meeting in their heads? Miserable meeting, shameful meeting, or accusation meeting? It seemed to be all right. Everyone present was going to participate in this meeting. There was no problem with their identities, and their encounters were also very appropriate. I'm afraid that young sect Master Fong and I have been plotting against Chu Yang. King Jiuling spoke first. Although he knew later that he wasn't the first person to enjoy Chu Yang's brick service, he still spoke first. Its general meaning was to put the blame on Fong Wulong's head. It's all because of your incompetence. You were followed by Chu Yang, but you didn't notice at all. However, King Jiuling clearly knew that since he wasn't the first one to enjoy Chu Yang's brick service, it was the little gold rock instead. In other words, Chu Yang already knew that the Yao clan wanted his life. Bang! Fong Wulong fiercely hammered his fist on the table. His pale face was twisted and ferocious. Damn it! How does this bastard know so much? He couldn't understand. Because he is Chu Yang. Princess Fox. Princess Fox explained everything with these few words. Because he is Chu Yang. This reason was enough. There was no need for any other reason. As for why Princess Fox would say such words, it was probably because her foxtail had been cut off. Her foxtail was very beautiful, but she was even more beautiful. There weren't many men who could be so ruthless to a beauty like her. This reason not only convinced herself, but also everyone present, whether it was the little gold rock king, nine-spirit king, winged tiger king, or Fong Wulong. Chapter 734. He could have killed us, but he didn't. The little gold rock king's golden pupils shrunk to the size of pinholes. He is warning us that he is better at using despicable means. He will definitely make us regret it, just like this time. That should be his intention. The little three-eyed king agreed. In other words, if we want to kill him, we must fight him fair and square and determine victory and defeat through a battle of life and death. The winged tiger king's voice was as cold as ice. Of course, it was as cold as ice. If you were knocked over by a brick, stripped naked, and hung up for everyone to see, no one would be in a good mood. Then, the little gold rock king hinted that the demon clan had something to discuss. Fong Wulong left wisely. Chu Yang robbed all of us and took all of our desolate stones. I'm afraid he knows about our plan. The little gold rock king's voice was filled with worry. It did not have time to humiliate Fong Wulong because the demon clan's plan might be ruined. Even if Chu Yang got the desolate stone, he might not know the secret of the desolate stone. We have also concealed the secret of the desolate stone. Even if Chu Yang is suspicious, I don't think he will be able to deduce the true secret of our trip to the Emperor Island with just one desolate stone. That's right. How could Chu Yang know such a big secret? The little gold rock king's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, because he is Chu Yang. It was the same reason again. But it was enough. The nine-spirit king, the winged tiger king, and Princess Fox did not refute. The little gold rock king's voice became more serious. If I'm not wrong, Chu Yang knows at least half of it. Half! In other words, the so-called secret of the demon clan was nothing but bullshit. Oh no, oh no! A shifty-eyed rat demon rushed in and said hurriedly, Elder Qiandu of the Thousand Demon Sect has been killed by Chu Yang. Their stronghold has been completely destroyed. Urgent news. Another demon rushed in. The Thousand Devil Sect's Thousand Corpse Elder has been killed by Chu Yang. The Thousand Devil Sect's branch has been flattened. Elder Qianxia of the Thousand Devil Sect is dead. The branch of the Thousand Devil Sect he was in has been completely annihilated. No one escaped. News about the Thousand Devil Sect came one after another. In the end, all the elders of the Thousand Devil Sect in Sea Demon City were killed, and their strongholds, subsects, and subaltars were all flattened. In the end, the Little Gold Rock King and the others concluded that all the elders of the Thousand Devil Sect had been killed, and the Thousand Devil Sect had been completely wiped out in Sea Demon City. It could be said that the Thousand Devil Sect only had one commander left, the Sect Master of the Thousand Devil Sect. Elder Qiandu, Elder Qianxia, Elder Qian Corpse, and the others. These elders of the Thousand Devil Sect were at least at the 7th level of the soul reincarnation realm. There was no lack of 9th level cultivators among them. Moreover, these elders of the Thousand Devil Sect were sinister and vicious. They had experienced hundreds of battles, but even so, they were all killed by Chu Yang. The Soul Devourer clan was almost wiped out by Chu Yang. Although the Little Gold Rock King and the others were shocked, it was far from being as deep as it was now. Because they had just experienced Chu Yang's power, they felt it even more deeply now. Because he was Chu Yang. The reason that they had given earlier was simply too good to be true. If such a person wanted to know something, he would have his own channels and methods. Chapter 735. The news that many elders of the Thousand Devil Sect were killed by Chu Yang quickly spread throughout the Sea Demon City. The Sea Demon City was once again shaken. This Chu Yang is really amazing. In this way, the Thousand Devil Sect is almost destroyed by him. He has received the karma of millions of souls. It's only a matter of time before the Thousand Devil Sect is destroyed by him. I think the Thousand Devil Sect master won't be able to escape in the end. Aren't the sect masters of the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Devil Sect too useless? They can just come out and destroy Chu Yang. It's easy for you to say. So what if someone like Chu Yang is at the sect master level? He can't be killed just because he wants to. The Sea Demon City was in an uproar. Almost no one didn't know the name Chu Yang. Even the entire Sea Demon City was in a state of panic. In the Sea Demon City, there were many vicious and evil people. Now, they were also worried that they would be dealt with, especially a wicked person like Chu Yang, who could do anything. He was not the kind of righteous person they used to be. I'm afraid I can't stay in the Sea Demon City any longer. Otherwise, I'll be like the Little Gold Rock King. My ancestors' treasures were robbed clean by that wicked Chu Yang. He even stripped me naked and hung me up. When the Little Gold Rock King heard this, it was ashamed and angry. It directly went berserk again. It was a majestic, big-winged gold rock bird, but it was treated like a chicken. It was stripped of all its feathers and was about to be roasted in the oven. I don't have a foxtail. I don't know if this wicked person will cut off any parts of me. I'm very nervous now. Princess Fox was so beautiful. Everyone in the Sea Demon City thought that Princess Fox must have refused at the beginning. In the end, Chu Yang used force and cut off her tail. In the end, Princess Fox obediently followed. If that was the truth, Princess Fox could accept it. However, that was bullshit. That immoral Chu Yang was completely indifferent to her beauty. He could easily destroy a flower and cut off her tail. I've harmed many innocent families in the past. I won't be like the Winged Tiger King and use my tiger penis to drink in bars. The one who suffered the most was the Winged Tiger King. He had only been robbed, stripped naked, and hung up. His entire body was still intact. The several peerless geniuses of the monster race were often mentioned and compared in the panic-stricken Sea Demon City. Their deeds were even more widespread. After a few days, the entire Sea Demon City slowly calmed down. In the beginning, the Five Elements sect, the Longhu sect, the Seven Stars sect, the Wayne Nation, the Wu Nation, the Qi Nation, and the Han Nation that were heading to Emperor Island had stopped Sea Demon City one after another. It was an evening in Sea Demon City. It didn't seem any different from usual. However, in the One Family restaurant, it was a scene of great harvest. There was a group of people in the restaurant who were limp on the ground as if they had been hit by the plague. They couldn't move and were being wantonly evaluated by the twin brothers. The twin brothers were tall and muscular. They had square faces and big ears. They looked very simple and honest. What's this? He must be the Zither Saint. His body is strong, and his muscles must be delicious. This fatty seems to be chow something. He's the best. Not only is his meat good, but he also has a lot of meat. As for this silver wolf something, his meat is tender. He's also not bad. The group of people who had been knocked out in the One Family's restaurant was the group from the Five Elements sect. They had never imagined that they would actually fall in a mere restaurant when they had just arrived in Sea Demon City and were about to lodge for the night. However, they soon found out the reason. It was the plague's martial soul. There used to be a minister of revenue in the Wei Nation. He had offended the Wei Emperor, and his entire family had been exterminated. In the end, the minister of revenue had erupted and unleashed his hidden plague's martial soul. He had spread the plague throughout the Wei Nation to beg the Wei Emperor. He had then rescued his two sons and disappeared without a trace. The minister of revenue who possessed the plague's martial soul seemed to be called Wenonmin. The Zither Saint had never expected to meet such a person when she had just arrived in Sea Demon City. Chapter 736. The elder brother was Wen Xiuren, and the younger brother was Wen Xiui. After the two brothers evaluated Qinin, Chao Ju, Jin Duo, and the Silver Wolf, their eyes lit up when they saw Qian Aoxue. Qian Aoxue was so scared that she almost wanted to kill herself. This little girl has a good figure. She's hot and can give birth at first glance. Yes, the most wonderful thing is that she has a hot body, but her expression is as cold as an iceberg. She's the perfect combination of water and fire. She's alluring. The Wen brothers were very satisfied with Qian Aoxue. The younger brother, Wen Xiui, said, "Elder brother, we can't kill this little girl. It's too wasteful to use her to make human meat buns." Human meat buns. At this moment, the most horrified was not Qian Aoxue, but Saint Sun Qinin and the others. This was too cruel. Of course we can't kill her. This little girl is the best for giving birth to children. Wen Xiuren said, "Where can we find such a beautiful and hot girl? And where can we find such a beautiful mother for our children?" He paused and said, "Little brother, let's toss the sea demon coins. I'll choose the tails, and you choose the heads. If it's tails, this little girl will be your sister-in-law. If it's heads, she'll be my sister-in-law." Hee, Wen Xiui said with a sinister smile, "Elder brother, there's no need to be so troublesome. We can share her. The children she gives birth to will be our children." When Xiuren's eyes lit up, and he praised, "Little brother, your idea is really wonderful." It's settled then. Qian Aoxue almost fainted when she heard this. She was going to end up in such a miserable state. "Elder brother, let's start having children now before father comes back," Wen Xiui said. "Otherwise, I'm afraid that stubborn father won't agree." At this moment, Qian Aoxue really wanted to kill herself, but she couldn't. Wen Xiuren snapped his fingers and praised again, "Little brother, you're really thoughtful. Let's go and have children now. Have children. You guys are so active today." Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out, scaring the two Wen brothers out of their wits. Soon after, an old man in his 50s walked in from the outside with his hands behind his back. Although his facial features were not handsome, he was well-groomed. He was dressed in a scholarly robe, looking cultured and elegant, clean and tidy. This was one Onmin, who possessed the god of plague's martial spirit, the former minister of revenue of the Wei Nation. "Father, today's harvest is great. You must have a good drink today." "That's right, father. The harvest this time is much better than before. Moreover, the quality of the meat is generally good. It will definitely be delicious to make human meat barbecue pork buns." The two brothers of the Wen family immediately put on a flattering smile. Wen Onmin glanced at the saint child and nodded. "They're all martial artists. The quality of the meat is indeed good." Then he asked, "What are their identities? It seems to be the Five Elements sect. When Shioi grinned and said, I was listening at the side just now, so I should be right. Five Elements sect. When Amin put his hands behind his back and glared at Shirin and Shioi. Father, what's wrong with that? Shirin said, don't you often say that sects are the greatest scourge? If sects are not eliminated, the world will not be at peace. I'm talking about this. When Amin's eyes widened like a pair of copper bells. But I seem to have said something else. Life is the most important thing, right? Chapter 737. Five Elements Sect. When the One brothers saw that their father was about to flip out, their voices suddenly became much softer, but they were clearly not convinced. Who in the Five Elements Sect has so many people? What kind of bullshit question was this? The One brothers immediately shouted, there's so many people in the Five Elements Sect. Father, even if we know, it will take us half a day to explain. Are you sure you want to talk for half a day? When Amin suddenly laughed strangely. The One brothers moved at the same time and dodged. Father, can we talk nicely? Can you not hit me? I don't think before doing things. If I don't beat you two to death, I won't feel at ease. Bang, bang, bang. The One brothers immediately cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. After being suppressed, they immediately complained, Father, you should at least let us know where we were wrong when you hit us. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the purpose of educating us. Wouldn't it be a waste of your effort? That makes sense. When Amin went over and gave the two of them a kick each. Then he laughed strangely. At this time, you still don't know where you're wrong? Recently, there's a person called Chu Yang. Isn't he very famous? Chu Yang. This name seemed to have some magical power. The Saint Child Zither, Chao Ju, and Xian Aoshue all saw that after the One brothers heard these two names, their expressions immediately changed, and they almost jumped up. Io, it's over. When Shirin wailed first, how could I forget that Brick Chu is also from the Five Elements sect? This time, he will really knock me out with a brick, strip me naked, and hang me up. This is just Brick Chu. When Shioi screamed even more, Brick Chu. Not only can he be Chu Bagwang, Chu Baiguang, Chu Hang Beaten, he is also called Chu Cutting. I don't want to be cut by him like the Winged Tiger King. Brick Chu, Chu Bagwang, Chu Baiguang, and what Chu Cutting? What kind of names were these? The Five Elements sect was immediately speechless. Then, the Saint Child Zither, Chao Ju, Jin Duo, and the Silver Wolf seemed to understand. It was easy to understand Chu Yang's character. With Chu Yang's character, he would definitely knock someone out with a brick and then rob them. After looting, it was time to strip them naked. If it were a human, plucking one's hair would be the same as plucking one's hair and stripping one's clothes. When they thought of that scene, they couldn't help but be speechless. Sure enough, it was Chu Yang's style of doing things. As for Chu Xie, they were also fully aware of it. Qian Aoshue also reacted when she saw the strange expressions of the saint's son and the others. Her face could not help but turn crimson as she cursed in her heart. This bastard, this bastard. Father, what should we do now? The two of us haven't had any children yet. When Amin glanced at the members of the Five Elements sect and said, you didn't do anything excessive just now. Don't worry. After all, Brick Chu is a reasonable person. He won't do anything to you. Chu Yang was a reasonable person. Qian Aoshue almost rolled her eyes. This was definitely the funniest joke she had ever heard in the world. Father, just in case, the two brothers said in unison. Chu Bagwang is obviously a narrow-minded person. We have to be flawless. After all, it involves the important matter of having children. When Amin's eyes flickered a few times, let's leave the Sea Demon City for now. Tu Yin, Zhang Ke, and the others have already left. We should also leave quickly. Father, brilliant. When Shirin immediately flattered, too high. You're really too high this time. This way, it's really flawless. Chapter 738. Slap, slap. The two brothers were hit hard on the head. Then, when Amin scolded them, you two idiots. If you do something like the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect, Brick Chu won't be as simple as Brick Chu. He'll be Chu Honglian and Chu Yihua. Aren't you two idiots afraid of the Red Lotus Hellfire? Dad, what do you think we should do? Went on Mean's eyes suddenly became gloomy. With Brick Chu's deterrence and the attention of the 4 nations and 3 sects on Emperor Island, people like Tu Yin and Cripple Zhang must have gone out to do evil. Let's go and kill them. It won't be a problem to make human barbecued pork buns. We can also earn some merit to avoid the Red Lotus Hellfire. Huh. The 2 brothers immediately burst into laughter. Dad, your move is even more brilliant. However, the 2 brothers pointed at Qian Aoshue and asked worriedly, Dad, we're going to have children with her. From the way we see it, she definitely won't be able to escape Brick Chu's evil clutches, so she must be Brick Chu's woman. Then the question is, will Brick Chu hold on to us and not let us go? Wen Amin immediately looked at Qian Aoshue and nodded. You have good taste. After that, he coldly said, the 2 of you, if you want to attack me, then cut off my hands. If you want to attack me, then cut off my legs. Brick Chu will definitely not pursue this matter after seeing how sincere your apologies are. The 2 brothers immediately waved their hands. Dad, we didn't touch her. We just used our mouths. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 brothers were immediately beaten up and then scolded by Wen Anmin. Are you 2 idiots? If you didn't touch her, what do you have to do with it? If you like her, it proves that Brick Chu has good taste. If you don't, it proves that Brick Chu doesn't have good taste. Then, he'll teach you a lesson. He can understand it this way. The people of the 5 Elements sect, except for Saint Child Zither and the others, were all dumbfounded. As for Qian Aoshue, her face was even redder. She cursed in her heart, Bastard is his woman. Dad, your insight is really insightful. Hi, truly hi. Father, if it weren't for you, we definitely wouldn't have been able to see through the mysteries and make a huge mistake. The flattery was like a tide. Not only did the Wen brothers believe it, they even deeply believed it. Tainted 5 Elements sex people were even more astonished. Go. At that moment, the father and son's movements were extremely nimble. After a short while, they packed up and left. Io, my heavens, Big Brick Chu is actually so illustrious now. Jean Depan had a look on his face as if he was the only one who felt it. Huh. Silver Wolf laughed proudly. That's a must. Don't you know whose senior brother Big Brick Chu is? Chao Ju laughed as well. If that's the case, then we'll be able to do as we please in Siren City. Don't be careless. The Zither Melody Saint Child didn't laugh. As far as I know, Wen Anmin isn't an evil person. Instead, he's a gentleman. When he was in the Wei Kingdom, it was because he was worried about the kingdom and its people that he angered the Wei Emperor. He continued, Wen Anmin had no intention of harming us at all. Junior Marshal Brother Chu was just an excuse. However, the Zither Melody Saint Child also laughed. Even Wen Anmin wouldn't do that, and he wouldn't want to be targeted by my 3rd brother. After that, the group recovered and found a place to stay again. What they saw and heard made them feel that Chu Yang was everywhere. They also heard about what Chu Yang had done. The geniuses of a younger generation of the demon race, the little Gold Rock King, and the others were all robbed by Chu Yang. Princess Fox even had her foxtail cut off. As for the Winged Tiger King and the others, it was said that they had been castrated. Chu Baiguang. Their understanding was not wrong. The Golden Rock Saint Child was stripped naked and hung up. However, he was in a better state in the forest. The little 3-eyed king and the Winged Tiger King were miserable. They were watched by the entire Siren City. The Zither Melody Saint Child, Chao Ju, and Silver Wolf laughed crazily after hearing about Chu Yang's great achievements. Qian Aoshue's attention was on the 1,000 Demon sect. That bastard almost destroyed the 1,000 Demon sect. That bastard has done so many evil things. He must be in a very dangerous situation. I wonder how he's doing. For no reason, such a question popped up in Qian Aoshue's mind, which scared her. Then she blushed. Fortunately, no one noticed. Chapter 739. Chu Yang was doing very well. Dusk, sunset glow. The overlapping mountains were like drunken old men, leaning against each other and snoring. There was a lake in the middle of the mountains. There were many lotus leaves in the lake. The lotus leaves that reached the heavens were infinitely green. The lotus leaves were as big as millstones, and some were spread out like umbrellas. Some of the water droplets on the lotus leaves were like the tears of a lover, while others were scattered into tiny beads that rolled around on the lotus leaves, shining brightly. Looking from afar, under the contrast of the surrounding emerald green mountains and the illumination of the red sunset, the clusters of lotus flowers were like clusters of red clouds. Layers of red clouds covered the lake, making it seem as if it was dyed red, making one feel as if they had entered a fairyland. At this moment, Chu Yang was in such a fairyland-like place. He knew how to choose a place. It was a pity that he did not have the time to appreciate such a beautiful scene. Under the illumination of the sunset glow, he studied the heavenly pung feather further. Previously, he had only felt the astonishment of the heavenly pung feather, but it was not detailed enough. These feathers could be big or small. Not only could they transform into the wings of the heavenly pung, but they could also transform into many other forms. Let's try transforming the heavenly pung feather into a sharp sword. Clang, clang, clang. With a thought in his mind, the feathers changed and shrunk to the size of small swords, forming a golden divine sword. It emitted an incomparably dazzling light, as if it was a golden sun, resonating with the setting sun in the west. Chu Yang took out a soul reincarnation realm low-grade long spear and slashed down. Instantly, the long spear was cut open like a piece of paper. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The heavenly pung feather had shrunk into a sword, and it had become so sharp. This was a little scary. The heavenly pung feather changed again, turning into a heavenly pung saber. When he tried again, it was not much different from the heavenly pung sword. It was also very sharp. What grade is this heavenly pung feather? Chu Yang originally thought that this heavenly pung feather was at most a soul reincarnation realm high-grade treasure. However, after sensing it, it was far from that. What if I shrink the heavenly pung feather even more and only condense it into a flying knife? Will it be even sharper? This was a new discovery. He immediately tried it. Then, a golden lancet knife appeared in his hand. Screech! Chu Yang threw it out using his own gold rock flying dagger technique. Immediately, it was as if the sound of thunder was heard. The golden flying dagger was like a tiny, big-winged golden rock bird. It flew out at the speed of a heavenly rock, followed by a sharp whistle like the high-pitched cry of a heavenly rock. After that, it directly pierced through a majestic mountain and flew to an unknown place. It was so far away that Chu Yang lost the connection with it. What pierced through didn't seem to be a mountain, but a piece of paper. Oh my God, so fierce! Swish! Chu Yang flew out and searched for the flying dagger. At the same time, he thought to himself, doesn't this mean that if I want to assassinate someone in the future, I don't even need to use the path to heaven? I can suddenly appear and use a peerless stab. I can directly use the heavenly pung feather to transform into a flying dagger. The heavenly pung feather was even more shocking than what Chu Yang had felt before. Ha! Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. With the heavenly pung feather, he was even more powerful. After he found the flying dagger transformed from the heavenly pung feather, he tried to transform it into armor, shield, and so on. The heavenly pung feather and the golden origin seemed to be similar. Chu Yang tried to fuse the two together, but it was impossible. It was like trying to fuse two mountains together. He could only give up. Chapter 740. The string of Buddhist beads he obtained from the Nine-Spirit King was made from an unknown material. They seemed to be Buddhist bones, Bodhi bones, and the nine-headed lion's divine bones. They were smooth and round. Once activated, they immediately transformed into a divine ring with a door opening in the middle. It was as if the nine-headed lion had been released from its cage. The nine heads let out lion roars at the same time. It was extremely shocking. At the same time, it could also form a golden Buddha to protect him. It could even convert his enemies. It was extremely miraculous. Chu Yang obtained a piece of unpolished jade from the little three-eyed king. It contained a figure of light that looked like a deity. He absorbed the energy within and immediately felt a warm current enter his eyes. It strengthened and transformed his eyes. This treasure should be a secret treasure that the little three-eyed king used to cultivate his third eye. In the end, Chu Yang discovered that this unpolished jade would automatically recover after the energy within was completely absorbed. When he took out Princess Fox's foxtail, the energy within the foxtail was completely absorbed by the unpolished jade. This unpolished jade clearly absorbs energy in a selective manner. It absorbs high-grade energy that is beneficial to the eye technique first. Chu Yang naturally did not cut off Princess Fox's foxtail for no reason. The illusion technique that Princess Fox was most proficient in was all in this tale. The so-called Chu Yang cutting off the winged Tiger King was naturally not true. Chu Yang had only stripped off a mysterious metal from the winged Tiger King's body. This mysterious metal was somewhat similar to the golden origin. After countless attempts by Chu Yang, he finally made the golden origin devour this mysterious metal. The changes that followed were astonishing. Not only did the golden origin become more durable and sturdy, when it was added to Chu Yang's body, it did not just increase by 10 dragon strength, but by 20 dragon strength. It had doubled. These elders of the Thousand Devil sect are simply paupers and beggars compared to these things of the demon race. Chu Yang took stock of the many elders of the Thousand Devil sect and found that the Thousand Devil sect was too shabby. They only had a few Soul Will Realm artifacts. Forget it. Although these poor bastards don't have any treasures on them, their divine souls are still powerful. I should be able to obtain quite a bit of soul energy by refining their divine souls, as well as the divine souls of those bastards from before. Chu Yang was extremely disappointed. When he looked at the Soul Wheel Realm broken spear that he had cut off, he felt a wave of heartache. What a wastrel! He actually destroyed a soul reincarnation realm spear. The memories of the Thousand Demon Sect's elders could be considered a kind of wealth. After looking through them, Chu Yang became proficient in using poison, refining demon corpses, and all sorts of evil techniques. Only this desolate stone is left. I want to see if this desolate stone is really formed by the earth origin of the eastern wilderness. If it was me, I would act quickly. Chu Yang took out the desolate stone and began to absorb the energy within it to cultivate. Since he was young, he had obtained more than 50 desolate stones from the Gold Rock King, 9 Spirit King, and the others. Some of them were absorbed by the Gold Rock King and the others. When he took out the desolate stone, it was gray, and there was an astonishing amount of energy surging within it. However, when the desolate stone fell into Chu Yang's hand, the gray color instantly disappeared, following which a cracking sound rang out. The desolate stone had already shattered. Chu Yang absorbed the energy within the desolate stone at such a terrifying speed. If this scene was seen by the Gold Rock King and the others, they would probably be scared half to death. Rumble. The strange energy of the desolate stone entered Chu Yang's body. Immediately, the qi and blood in his body surged violently, releasing the sound of waves crashing. First, an ice-cold feeling circulated around his body. Then, a warm energy rushed up his spine and into his spiritual world, nourishing his spirit and martial spirit. This made Chu Yang shocked. This desolate stone is so amazing. Not only can it strengthen the body, it can also nourish the spirit and martial spirit. Chapter 741. The energy contained in the desolate stone is so mysterious. I am afraid that it might be formed from the original source of the eastern wilderness. Chu Yang was not overjoyed. Instead, he was solemn. The energy in the desolate stone was so mystical. No wonder the little Golden Rock King and the others were so powerful. If this continued, the eastern wasteland's source energy would be continuously plundered. In the end, it would wither and even dry up. At that time, the eastern wasteland would be in dire straits. Also, the little Gold Rock King and the others would become stronger as they continued to absorb the energy in the desolate stone. Especially their parents, the Gold Rock King, the Lion King, the Three-Eyed King, and the others would become stronger. As a result, the strength of the monster clan would increase greatly. The Five Elements sect, the Dragon Tiger sect, the Seven Stars sect, the Wei country, the Wu country, the Qi country, and the Korea country would become weaker. After all, the Soul Devourer clan of the four great sects had been annihilated. This was a chain reaction, and the consequences could very well be disastrous. Let's not worry about this first. Let's absorb the Desolate Stone first. Chu Yang absorbed the energy in the Desolate Stone even faster. Kacha-kacha. Small and clear sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the energy in the 5 Desolate Stones had been completely absorbed by Chu Yang. Buzz! Buzz! After absorbing the 6th Desolate Stone, Chu Yang's blood and qi turned into a dragon. The dragon's roar could be heard. Then, a huge dragon shadow appeared behind him. There was a total of 11 huge dragons. 11 dragons' strength. Chu Yang originally only had 10 dragon strength. However, after absorbing the energy in the 6 Desolate Stones, his strength had increased by 1 dragon strength. After going through the reincarnation cycle, his body had become stronger. It was like a container that had been expanded many times. It was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. However, the energy in the 6 Desolate Stones was not all of them. Only half of them had increased his strength by 1 dragon strength. Chu Yang was shocked once again. At the same time, he also discovered that among his martial spirits, the saber and sword martial spirit, as well as the flood dragon martial spirit, had directly advanced to the 2nd grade martial spirit. After he recovered from his shock, he quickly absorbed the energy from the Desolate Stone. When his physical body reached 15 dragon power, something strange happened. The genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit automatically absorbed the energy from the Desolate Stone. After that, the energy in the Desolate Stone was completely swallowed and absorbed by the 2 martial spirits. His body was not affected by the energy anymore. After absorbing all the energy from the Desolate Stones, the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit were upgraded to 2nd grade martial spirits. This, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. The genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit were so powerful that they could trigger reincarnation with the help of millions of souls. They could trigger the karmic retribution and the Red Lotus fire. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for them to improve. However, just a few Desolate Stones were enough to raise their martial spirits by 1 grade. This was simply too shocking. At this moment, Chu Yang was even more certain that the energy in the Desolate Stone was the original source of the Eastern Wasteland. Otherwise, without such a level of energy, his genius martial spirit and idiot martial spirit would not have been able to improve so much. He also thought of another possibility. After entering the 2nd cycle of the chaotic cycle, his 2 martial spirits might have improved a lot. The gap was not big, so after filling it up, they immediately improved. However, no matter what, the energy in the Desolate Stone was too shocking. I must find a way to get the Desolate Stone. If the Desolate Stone is so shocking, then wouldn't the origin of the Desolate Demon be shocking too? If the Desolate Demon is really born from the origin of the Eastern Wilderness, I will increase my strength even more by swallowing them. Chu Yang had a series of thoughts in his mind. In the end, he stared at the Desolate Demon eggs. He knew from the Eagle Demon and the Condor Demon's divine soul that there were 7 Desolate Demon eggs. Only one had hatched, which was the Desolate Demon Prince. There were 6 more. 6 Desolate Demon eggs. If I get all of them, according to my current estimation, I can at least improve to the 5th or 6th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. No, the Desolate Demon eggs need to be put aside first. The most important thing now is to spread the news. However, Chu Yang suddenly thought of a very fatal problem. He couldn't help but look at his small body that was only 7 or 8 years old. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. He couldn't help but mutter, "If the people of the 5 Elements sect see my appearance, not to mention being doubted, even if it is confirmed in the end, if there are old acquaintances in the 5 Elements sect, I will be laughed to death." Jean Woodward's cultivation was below the Soul Wheel realm. Silver Wolf, his so-called junior brother, was also. They should come. And these two were not decent people. They were immoral and had poisonous mouths. Chu Yang felt that if he met these two, he would probably be laughed to death. Swish. Chapter 742. Chu Yang counted his spoils of war and absorbed the desolate stones to cultivate. Naturally, he had to find a safe place where no one was around. Therefore, he left the sea demon city and entered the mountains. He flew out, and the mountains rushed back like a giant, as if they were chasing after the setting sun and picking it up. In just a moment, the sea demon city unfolded in front of him. Waves of sea breeze blew, and Chu Yang once again felt the strong smell of the sea and the smell of the sea. Chu Yang's eyesight was extremely good. He flew into the range of the sea demon city. From midair, the figure of a crane among chickens pierced into his eyes. The figure's curves were so attractive, so perfect, and so hot that it was extremely eye-catching. However, when he got closer and saw the figure clearly, Chu Yang almost fell directly from midair. Why is this little girl here? Qian Aoshue. Chu Yang actually saw Qian Aoshue. He actually saw Qian Aoshue in the sea demon city. If this little girl sees my current appearance, which is only 7 or 8 years old, I'm afraid she will laugh like crazy. Chu Yang faintly imagined Qian Aoshue's reaction, and his mouth could not help but twitch. In addition, with this little girl's hatred for him, he felt that this little girl could talk about it for the rest of her life. This was also very likely to become a sore foot and a joke for the rest of his life. No, I can't let this little girl laugh at me, even if I'm beaten to death. Chu Yang immediately made up his mind. No matter what, he could not expose his identity. However, it was another problem to gain the trust of the people of the Five Elements sect. Damn little girl, the Sea Demon City is a place of trouble. What are you doing here? Just as Chu Yang was feeling gloomy, a greasy voice suddenly entered his ears as he approached. Junior sister Aoshue, I fell in love with you at first sight. In this life, I will only marry you. As long as you agree, I will immediately go back and ask my father to propose marriage. Chu Yang was stunned. What's going on? Based on Qian Aoshue's cold personality, this greasy voice would definitely be judged as a shameless person and would be kicked away immediately. However, why hadn't this greasy voice flown away yet? Looks like this greasy guy must have some status or extraordinary strength. Hee hee. Chu Yang rejoiced in his misfortune and laughed evilly. Let you laugh at me, I'll laugh at you first. In the future, I wonder how Lil Pimp will react when I tell everyone what I saw today. Whoosh! He immediately landed and walked quickly towards Qian Aoshue with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he saw clearly the man who was pestering Qian Aoshue. His figure was tall and slender, and his appearance was very handsome, especially his pair of eyes, which were very strange. They were as blue as the sea, but also incomparably deep like the vast ocean. It was just that the expression on his face was too frivolous and a little too impatient. Chu Yang had seen this man in the souls of Eagle Demon and the others. He recognized him, Hai Weiya's second son, Hai Shenglong, the son of the Sea Demon City's city lord. No wonder this little girl is not violent. Why doesn't she continue to be innocent and pure? Could it be that she gave all her innocence to me? If I were to be beaten to death and not admit it, how big of a crime would that be? Hai Shenglong was followed by a group of rich disciples of the Sea Demon City. Young city lord, please conduct yourself with dignity. Qian Aoshue's cold expression had already revealed an extremely impatient appearance. It seemed that she had endured to the limit. Lady Aoshue. Chapter 743. Hai Shenglong smiled contemptuously. Miss Aoshue, who else can compare to me? How can the person you like compare to me? If he hears my name, I guarantee that he will piss his pants. Really? Qian Aoshue said coldly. Are you sure? Hee hee. Hai Shenglong was even more contemptuous. In this Sea Demon City, who dares not to give me some face? Isn't the Five Elements sect the same? I like that person. Qian Aoshue gritted her teeth and said word by word. His name is Chu Yang. Plop. When the group of rich men behind Hai Shenglong heard this name, They all fell to the ground with a thud. Their eyes were filled with terror, as if they were saying, "It's over." I actually came a flirt with Chu Banzwang, Chu Bagwang, Chu Strip-Naked's woman. Hai Shenglong was also shocked. The two words Chu Yang were like thunder in his ears. The things that Chu Yang had done were too shocking. Although Hai Shenglong was the son of the city lord, he was definitely not comparable to Little Gold Rock King, Nine Spirit King, and the others. If Chu Yang dared to hit them with a brick, he would definitely dare to hit him with a brick. His head was not as hard as Little Gold Rock King and the others, and his neck was definitely not as hard as the Thousand Devil Sex Elders. Chu Yang could cut off the Thousand Devil Sex Elders' necks. If he wanted to cut off his neck, he could definitely do it. Plop. In fact, there was also a plop sound, synchronized with the sound of the group of rich disciples falling. It was a 7 or 8-year-old child, an extremely delicate and beautiful child with a white little beast on his shoulder. At this moment, the child was stunned. The little beast on his shoulder was also stunned, looking at Qian Aoshua blankly. "No way, Qian Aoshua, this little girl likes me." Chu Yang was stunned, as if he had heard the most shocking news in the world. His nerves were a little confused. Is it true that women love bad men? If you don't give a woman some feelings and cause her emotional fluctuations, she won't have feelings for you. Otherwise, it's not the case. Or is he purely using me as a shield? Chu Yang didn't know what to say. He had been struck by lightning. Ha ha! Little 5 and Little 6 were laughing like crazy in their consciousness. Lil Guai was also laughing like crazy. It fell off Chu Yang's shoulder and rolled on the ground. The sound of it falling attracted Qian Aoshua's gaze. Suddenly, Chu Yang's heart couldn't help but tighten. If this little girl recognizes me, it will be really embarrassing. Although Chu Yang had become 7 or 8 years old, he still had his original appearance, but he still looked very young. Qian Aoshua's bright eyes stared straight at Chu Yang, causing him to almost break into a run. "Little brother, why did you fall?" Then, Chu Yang froze, petrified. Qian Aoshua moved and arrived by his side. She squatted down and pinched his delicate and flawless face. She exclaimed, "Whose child is this? He's actually so delicate and beautiful." Chu Yang was in a mess. Not only was he treated as a child by Qian Aoshua, but he was also pinched by a little girl. Huh. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, Lil Guai laughed even more crazily. Chu Yang jumped up with a whoosh. He was afraid that Qian Aoshua would pick him up later. If that happened, "Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why did you scare you?" Qian Aoshua's voice was no longer as cold as usual. Not only was it soft, but it was also full of motherly love and gentleness. Chu Yang was in a mess. He didn't get to see a joke, but he became a joke. "Which family child? Get out of here." Hai Shenglong had already walked toward Qian Aoshua. Qian Aoshua immediately understood what Chu Yang was afraid of just now. She comforted him again. "Little brother, don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 744. Are you talking about that, Chu Yang? The Sea Demon City Lord was a bit scared, but in front of the beauty, he gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Yang is just a rat. What can he do? As long as he shows his face, he will die for sure. Why should I be afraid of him?" Shua. As soon as he said that, the group of rich kids behind him ran away, as if to say that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with them. Damn it! Hai Shenglong cursed in his heart. However, when he thought of Chu Yang, he could not help but panic. "Chu Yang, that bastard, if he finds me, what should I do? As long as I stay at home with my father around, how would he dare to touch me?" In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Hai Shenglong's mind. In addition, when he saw Qian Aoshua's hot figure, he was worried and scared. He completely forgot his manners and said arrogantly and overbearingly, "Chu Yang is just a rat. If he dares to touch me, my father will annihilate all the people of your 5 Elements sect." "You talk big." Qian Aoshua was thoroughly enraged. Her pretty face was gloomy, but she still did not dare to make a move. She was really afraid of Hai Shenglong's threat. This was the Sea Demon City, and the people from the 5 Elements sect this time were not very powerful. The Zither Saint Sun was the strongest. None of the elders came with them. If the Sea Demon City Lord made a move, they would definitely not be a match. They would all be annihilated. Damn son of a bitch. The elders are actually counting on you to protect us. But you son of a bitch, we haven't even seen your shadow yet. Qian Aoshue cursed Chu Yang thousands of times in her heart. At this moment, Chu Yang also sneered in his heart. Annihilating the Five Elements sect? How arrogant. This was no longer a problem for Qian Aoshue alone, but for the reputation of the entire Five Elements sect. Everything that Chu Yang had done before could very well go to waste if he didn't handle it properly. Sea Demon City, Lord Hai Wuya, I will have to meet you eventually. I will start with your son, Hai Shenglong. That thing of yours. Chu Yang's immature voice suddenly rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Qian Aoshue was shocked. Did this kid want to die? Then, she saw Chu Yang poke a Hai Shenglong's nose with his little finger. Then, Chu Yang scolded, "You bastard, I took such a big loss. I didn't care about my handsome appearance and temperament. I fell down and successfully attracted the attention of my idol's woman. Just as I was about to succeed, you bastard jumped out and ruined my efforts." Qian Aoshue saw that the more this delicate child spoke, the angrier he became. His spittle was spitting out, and the words in his mouth were too filthy. "You piece of shit, do you know how much you've sinned? Even the Red Lotus Hellfire can't erase your sins." Hai Shenglong's entanglement with Qian Aoshue was already surrounded by a lot of people. Suddenly, a kid came out of nowhere and cursed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Qian Aoshue was also completely stunned. Was this kid really a kid? How could he understand so many curses? Also, my idol's woman. These four words made her completely petrified. The kid's idol was obviously the bastard Chu Yang in her heart. Hai Shenglong's face twisted. As the young city lord of the Sea Demon City, he had a noble background. It could be said that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His strength was also one level higher than others. Although he was not comparable to his big brother and the young Gold Rock King, he had never been pointed at like this, cursed like this, and humiliated like this. Chapter 745. How dare you disrespect the second young master? Die. Hai Shenglong didn't do it himself. It was beneath his dignity to attack a kid. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. He secretly gave an order to his bodyguard. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted loudly. Then, a big hand made of spirit energy rushed towards Chu Yang to grab him. "Where did you come from? How dare you say I'm bold? I'm in the mood to be a judge. You've disrupted my mood. That's a big crime. Get out of here." Chu Yang only said the word scram, but when his immature voice came out, the sound waves were like sound arrows, directly piercing through the big hand made of spirit energy. Lion's roar. Chu Yang had devoured a white lion a long time ago and got the talent of a lion. He already knew how to do it. After getting the string of Buddha beads, he had a deeper understanding of the lion's roar. It was said that when Shakyamuni was born, he pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the earth. He was the most powerful being in the world. His lion's roar could subdue all beasts. The lion was the king of all beasts. It had the function of warding off evil spirits. It was docile and had the appearance of a protector. Its wild nature was tamed and showed Buddhism. The lion's roar could make small insects afraid. The lion's roar could subdue foreign powers. Chu Yang only had a preliminary understanding of such a profound meaning. Naturally, his lion's roar couldn't subdue foreign powers. However, before the lion was tamed by the Buddha, it would roar when it met the Buddha. He had mastered the lion's roar. Once he used it, it was fierce, overbearing, and lawless. At this moment, even if the Buddha was in front of him, he would kill and devour him. So, the big hand made of spiritual energy was nothing to him. Not to mention the big hand made of spiritual energy. Chu Yang's lion's roar had a great impact on Hai Shenglong. He took a dozen steps back and sat on the ground. His face was pale, and there was fear in his eyes. The people around were all shocked and frightened. "Hai Shenglong, right? I'll now announce your big crime." Chu Yang was unscrupulous. He didn't care about the second young master of the Sea Demon City. "You're courting death. Hai Shenglong regained his senses in an instant. His fear dissipated, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. The veins on his face throbbed. He was actually reprimanded by a little brat. He was so scared that he retreated and fell on his butt. He would only act like this when his father was enraged. Just now, in front of this lousy child, he had become a son. He was in a sorry state in front of others. He had embarrassed himself and made a fool of himself. Hai Shenglong's face became even hotter. It was as if he was being burned. Boom! He attacked as if he had gone mad, and threw a punch at Chu Yang. The force of his punch traversed the sky, rumbling as spirit chi surged. The void seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, and the sound of raging waves resounded. A poisonous dragon rushed out from it, and suddenly transformed into a huge drill and ruthlessly drilled towards Chu Yang. Sea-stirring fist, toxic dragon goes to sea, toxic dragon drills. Chu Yang's eyes shone with a strange light. He knew about this fist art from the Eagle Beasts and the Eagle Beasts. It was one of the martial arts of the Sea Demon City's city lord, Hai Wuya. It was abnormally powerful. Hai Wuya was half human and half beast. He had the bloodline of a beast. Some said that he was a flood dragon, while others said that he was a 9-headed snake or a white shark. As for what kind of beast bloodline he had, no one knew. The ocean-tearing fist was extremely powerful. However, this fist art was only Hai Wuya's most ordinary fist art. It was said that his 4-ocean infinite fist was the truly earth-shattering one. This Hai Wuya's identity is so mysterious. No one knows his background. It's really scary. Chapter 746. Be careful, Qian Aoshua exclaimed. Her voice was filled with anxiety and even panic. Humph! The corners of Chu Yang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. This little girl thinks too highly of Hai Shenglong. Whoosh! His figure moved and directly collided with the toxic dragon drill. His figure was extremely fast, like a big fish in the ocean. The flying arrow shot out like lightning and cut open the whirlpool of the ocean. The toxic dragon drill was cut in half by Chu Yang's body. What? Hai Shenglong was terrified. He hurriedly performed his fist skill again. Ocean-breaking fist, evil dragon breaking the ocean. Rumble. The sound of surging waves became even more violent. 1,000 feet long, evil dragon appeared in the void like a vast ocean. It seemed as if it was wantonly turning over the 4 seas. Then it saw Chu Yang as a toy. It wanted to catch him and play with him. This Hai Shenglong has some skills. But that's it. Chu Yang looked indifferent. He threw out an ordinary punch. He did not use any fist skill. He just threw out an ordinary punch. There was no fanciness or technique at all, nor was there any simplification of complexity, nor was there any profound meaning of a supreme fist technique. It was very simple. He just wanted to bully you because he was stronger than you. You are overbearing, but I am more overbearing. Boom! As soon as the evil dragon came into contact with Chu Yang's fist, it exploded. Then the 2 fists collided fiercely. The enormous force set off a series of explosive sounds. The air exploded and the void was penetrated. Everything in a way was crushed and turned into nothingness. Ta-ta-ta! Hai Shenglong spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated a dozen steps before he could stop. You are such a fool. You are so blind. You dare to be arrogant and resist the law violently under my judgment. It seems that I will teach you what it means to be sacred and not blasphemous. Chu Yang's young and tender-smiling face was very frivolous. He casually spouted nonsense. His figure slightly swayed and arrived in front of the Sea Demon City with a swoosh. Then, he punched out in an ordinary manner. Before the punch arrived, the terrifying fist pressure had already arrived. It pressed down on Hai Shenglong's body. Boom! Hai Shenglong's eyes were filled with shock. He could not believe that Chu Yang's small body contained such astonishing strength. Moreover, he was so strong that he could ignore all of his attacks. How is this possible? I am at the first level of the soul, reincarnation realm. He looks like he is at most at the 2nd or 3rd level of the ascending soul realm. How is it that I am the one who lost? The strength that Chu Yang Zhang had displayed was far beyond his imagination. It had even subverted his imagination. Buzz. When Chu Yang's fist arrived in front of Hai Xinglong immediately released his domain. However, just as the light shield appeared, it was directly penetrated by Chu Yang's fist. Gotcha! The light instantly shattered. Stop! Buzz. Another buzzing sound was heard. Another domain was released, covering Hai Xinglong and protecting him. It was an old man with the strongest strength among Hai Xinglong's bodyguards. He was also shocked to the core. If Hai Xinglong was not in a critical situation, he would not make a move. This was also specially ordered by Hai Wuya, especially when Hai Xinglong was fighting with someone of the same generation. If Hai Xinglong's life was not in danger, even if Hai Xinglong was humiliated, Hai Wuya would not make a move. Chapter 747. Who is this little brat? How can his strength be so shocking? He can even destroy a domain. The old man's heart was filled with extreme fear. This time, Hai Xinglong might have offended a big shot and gotten himself into big trouble. However, in the eastern wilderness, he had never heard of a big force that had such a little monster. Humph! Is a fifth-layer domain that great? Chu Yang snorted coldly. Golden light flashed, and a golden divine sword appeared in his hand. It was so dazzling that people couldn't see it clearly. However, they could clearly see that the domain formed by the old man collapsed with a crash. What? What kind of sword is that? It's so terrifying. The old man tried to sense the golden light in Chu Yang's hand, but a small figure had already appeared in front of him and punched his lower abdomen. Suddenly, his face twisted. He was in great pain. It was as if his intestines were all crushed by a huge force. Rumble. The old man was like a flying boulder, smashing through everything in his way. Everything in his way was destroyed. Finally, with a loud bang, the collapsed house buried him. Bang! With a crisp sound, everyone was shocked. They saw a small figure floating in the air. A small white hand grabbed Hai Xinglong's neck and lifted him up. Hai Xinglong's two legs kicked wildly in the air like a drowning man. Stop! Little brother, stop! Qian Aoshue was scared to death. If this cute child strangled Hai Xinglong to death, it would be big trouble. What do you want from my idol's woman? Chu Yang saw Qian Aoshue's anxious expression and couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. He immediately lectured her. My idol's woman. Can you pay attention to your image? You're making a fuss about nothing. You're embarrassing my idol. Do you know that I'm ashamed of you now? After that, he muttered to himself, I don't know why my idol likes such a woman. He really has no taste. Chu Yang, that son of a bitch, he really doesn't have a good eye for me. You little brat, what kind of eyes do you have? I'm the one who doesn't like that scoundrel. Qian Aoshue gritted her teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. However, when she thought about how cruel this delicate and cute brat was, she had no choice but to suppress her anger. She said gently, Little brother, put him down first. No! Chu Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. His little face was serious, solemn, and even full of holiness. I must learn from my idol. Later, I will use a brick to knock this thing over and rub it clean. Then, I will strip it naked and hang it up to express my admiration to my idol. It's like a stormy sea, like a tsunami that reaches the sky, and like the endless waters of the ocean. Qian Aoshue's eyes darkened, and she almost fell to the ground. She cursed in her heart, Chu Yang, you scoundrel, you scoundrel, you scoundrel. How could you teach such a kid to be like this? He's a scoundrel, and scoundrel just like you. She put all the blame on Chu Yang. As for the onlookers in the Sea Demon City, their expressions were also very interesting. If Hai Xinglong, the second son of the city lord of the Sea Demon City, was stripped naked and hung under the sun, what kind of scene would that be? What kind of reaction would the city lord of the Sea Demon City, Hai Wuya, have? Would this cause a huge storm? Little brother, listen to me. Don't learn from that scoundrel, that scoundrel, that scoundrel. Chu Yang didn't like what Qian Aoshue said. I didn't do anything to you. I just gave you a big loach. Do you have to be like this? If you do this... Chapter 748. Little brother, listen to me. Qian Aoshue saw that Hai Shenlong's legs were powerless, and he was kicking in the air. His mouth was wide open, his tongue was sticking out, and his eyes were rolling up. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Chu Yang suddenly let go of Hai Shenlong's hand. However, when Hai Shenlong took a few deep breaths and Qian Aoshue let out a sigh of relief, a crisp sound was heard. That white and tender hand grabbed Hai Shenlong again. This time, the strength was stronger than before. Ugh, ugh. Hai Shenlong's throat made a strange sound as if he was going to die immediately. He was terrified to the extreme. You, Qian Aoshue was furious. She became anxious again. My idol's woman. Chu Yang smiled evilly. Why do I feel that the salted fish in my hand is your man? My idol is not. Little brother, let go. He is dying. Qian Aoshue shouted anxiously. She didn't care about Chu Yang's slander. If she had to refute, she would definitely say that bastard Hai Shenlong was her man. In order to get rid of him, she used that bastard Chu Yang as a shield. Ugh! Chu Yang suddenly roared, which scared Qian Aoshue. Then she saw Chu Yang's small face. He said seriously, "That woman, I now officially suspect you. You are definitely not my idol's woman. Damned little bastard. Damned little scoundrel. Is this the most important thing right now?" Qian Aoshue was so anxious that she almost fainted. If Hai Shenlong died, the Sea Demon City would be angry. The people of the Five Elements sect in the Sea Demon City would definitely suffer. Don't worry, Chu Yang sneered. I won't kill this lover of yours. He now has a reason to live. If you're really my idol's woman, then you're now unchaste and unclean. You're completely dirty and stinky. And this thing is the evidence. Bang! Chu Yang loosened his hand. Hai Shenlong fell to the ground. Kneel! Hai Shenlong, who had just escaped death and was gasping for air, hurriedly knelt down. Although Qian Aoshue was relieved, her face was burning. She was ashamed and angry. Who was unchaste? Who was dirty? Who was smelly? Her pair of beautiful eyes could shoot fire. If she could beat this little brat, she would go up and beat him up. She would definitely teach this little brat a good lesson for his parents. Huh! Chu Yang suddenly roared again, which scared Qian Aoshue again. This little brat was too ferocious. Even Qian Aoshue was afraid of him. That woman. Chu Yang pointed at Qian Aoshue. Let me ask you, has my idol ever slept with you? Ah! Qian Aoshue screamed. Chu Yang was prepared for it. He covered his ears with his little hands and said discontentedly, My idol slept with you. It's your honor. How can you not accept it? Forget it. I'm a magnanimous person. Let's put it another way. Have you ever given birth to a child for my idol? That's not right. He murmured. How should I ask this question? Looking at Chu Yang's little face, frowning and thinking, Qian Aoshue wanted to kill him. This little brat dared to ask her such a question in front of others. Did she still want to live? Oh, right. At this time, Chu Yang's joyful voice sounded. Ha! That woman. Have you ever bowed to heaven and earth with my idol? Chapter 749. I'm going to kill you. Qian Aoshue clenched her teeth and immediately attacked Chu Yang. Her spiritual qi turned into a big river and struck out. The big river surged, rumbling, and went straight to Chu Yang. Roar, river martial spirit. Chu Yang secretly used the string of Buddha beads. With the help of the beads, he roared like a lion. The visible sound wave rushed out and completely collapsed the big river. The aftermath of the attack affected Qian Aoshue's body. The huge roar shook her mind violently. In an instant, all the anger and shame disappeared. She immediately sobered up and thought to herself, where did this little demon come from? He's actually so shocking. Woman, you're still in the right, aren't you? Qian Aoshue stopped talking. That's the way to behave. Chu Yang saw Qian Aoshue's appearance and laughed in his heart. Then, he felt that he had gone overboard. But after thinking about it, he couldn't help but get angry. Does this little girl have a brain? Now she's saying that she's my woman. Does she want to die faster? Chu Yang didn't even dare to show his face now. This woman was good. She forced herself to have a relationship with him. If those little gold rock kings knew about it, They would come to make trouble for her. Hey, I have to clean up this little girl's mess. Talking and doing things didn't matter. The more Chuyang thought about it, the more unhappy he was. He couldn't help but get angry and shouted, "Hey, woman, I just asked you a question. How dare you not answer me?" No. Qian Aoshue clenched her teeth. She swore that if she had the chance, she would make this little boy cry for his mother and father. You really didn't worship the heaven and earth with my idol and enter the bridal chamber? No. Fortunately, Chuyang patted his chest and said, "My idol can still be saved." What do you mean? Little boy, what kind of look is that? What kind of expression is that? Am I bad? Qian Aoshue was irritated. Woman, let me ask you again. Have you ever liked my idol? No. Has my idol ever been interested in you? No. Huh. Chuyang immediately laughed out loud. I knew it. My idol is so talented. How could not have good eyesight? How could he take a fancy to a woman like you? How can my idol's woman be as shameless as you? Chuyang was lying through his teeth. You. Qian Aoshue was so angry that she was about to go berserk again. But when she wanted to do something, Chuyang glared at her, and she was silenced. I was wrong. Chuyang pointed at Hai Shenglong. If she were my idol's woman, she would only need to glare, and this thing would fly thousands of miles away. It wouldn't be able to find its way home, and could only cry for its mother. Do you think that bastard Chuyang is a god? Qian Aoshue was flustered and exasperated. She hated Chuyang even more. That's not right. This woman is obviously lying. If I believe whatever she says, won't I look very stupid? Chuyang mumbled to himself. Then he said, Hey, that woman, I'm warning you. If you dare to lie to me, I will knock you over with a brick, strip you naked, and hang you up to dry. Strip. Qian Aoshue suddenly raised her hands and subconsciously protected her hair. Strip. Her body couldn't help but shrink. If that really happened, she really couldn't live. Huh. Qian Aoshue's scared look made Chuyang laugh again in his heart. He thought that if this little girl knew his real identity, she would probably go crazy with anger. Hey, that woman, let me ask you again. Have you ever worshipped the heaven and earth with my idol and enter the bridal chamber? Chuyang asked the same questions again. Then he felt that the time was almost right. If he went to the 5 elements sex encampment now, it shouldn't arouse any suspicion. Chapter 750. Afterwards, Chuyang naturally muttered to everyone, This won't do. This woman isn't enough to win our trust. Moreover, this is the first thing I'm going to do for my idol. I can't make a fool of myself. I can't mess this up. I have to be cautious. I have to go to the 5 elements sect and ask. Swish. Chuyang's movements were extremely fast. Before Qian Aoshue could react, he had grabbed her by the waist and left like a gust of wind. As soon as he left, the crowd immediately started to discuss. This brat is simply a little devil. Anyone who falls into his hands will be begging for death. You just found out? This brat is the one who sold demons and bought candies. That's right. That. La la la. I'm an expert in selling demons. I remember it clearly. That was still okay. This little devil is obviously not completely ferocious. This is not the complete form of his ferocity. A condor demon of a demon race said that he wanted to eat him. In the end, he ate his demon core raw and even his soul raw. That's what I call ferocious. Hai Shenglong knelt on the ground. Hearing the crowd's discussion, he was secretly regretful. Damn it. Why didn't I think of him? Swish. The crowd was startled by Chuyang's return. Some of them even started to run away while crying for their parents. Why are you panicking? Freedom of speech. I understand this principle. Chuyang's disdainful expression made the crowd feel relieved. Then they saw this little devil smiling at Hai Shenglong. I came back mainly to beat him with a brick. Although I have something important to do, I have to finish it like this. Otherwise, I'll be further away from my idol. Soon, a huge brick appeared. Hai Shenglong wanted to dodge, but he could not dodge it. With a bang, the brick hit the back of his head. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Swish! Chuyang's figure moved and disappeared without a trace again. The scene was dead silent. Looking at the big bump on the back of Hai Shenglong's head and the crack on his skull, They couldn't help but look at each other. This was indeed a little devil. While they were still in shock, Chu Yang arrived at the Five Elements Sect's encampment in Sea Demon City at lightning speed. He rushed in directly, which alarmed all the people of the Five Elements Sect. Then he pointed at Qian Aoshue and shouted, "Hey, let me ask you, is this woman mine and my idol's woman?" Qian Aoshue felt a little ashamed to live in front of a group of brothers and sisters. "What's the situation?" The chosen child, Chao Ju, Jin Duo, the Silver Wolf, Chu Rin Xian, Chung Feng, and the rest of the Five Elements Sect were a little stunned by the sudden appearance of this kid. "Who's your idol?" Jin Duo asked. Then, his eyes suddenly locked onto Chu Yang's little face. Why did he feel that this little face was so familiar? "Hey!" Chu Yang was shocked. He immediately put his little hand on his waist and pointed at Jin Duo's nose with his other hand. "Hey, you little thing, listen to me carefully. My idol is the famous monster Chu Tianjiao, Chu Kuangren, Chu Tianjiao, Chu Kuangren, Chu Baiguang. It was a very long self-description and shameless self-praise. As soon as Chu Yang's voice fell, Jin Duo's eyes suddenly widened. His expression was as if he had discovered a big secret. "Hey, little kid, you're not the precious son of the monstrous Chu Yang, right? You're really of the same origin. You're all so shameless, haha. Damn it, I'm my own son." Chu Yang's little face darkened. He was very depressed. Jin Duo's question was not strange. Although Chu Yang looked like a 7 or 8-year-old, his appearance was still the same. "Hey, it's really possible." Chao Ju's eyes lit up. This little kid may really be the son of the monster Chu. Look at how similar he looks. He almost looks like junior brother Chu when he was a child. The same child was also very surprised. At that moment, everyone in the Five Elements Sect was in an uproar. Chu Rinxian, Chung Feng, and Gongshang were also dumbfounded. When did Chu Yang have a child? Could it be that Chu Yang had left them in the dust in terms of cultivation? Could it be that he had also left them in the dust in other aspects? Could it be that he even had a child? Qian Aoshue couldn't help but be stunned. She had discovered this before, but she felt that it was impossible. However, everyone's reaction at this moment made her feel uneasy. Could it be that this little devil is really the son of that bastard? Chu Yang was speechless. This young master is me. Who else can I be if not myself? "Come on, Monster Chu, call me uncle," Silver Wolf said with a smile. He came up and pinched his little face. "Yes, little baby, call me uncle." Jin Duo also came up to join in the fun. Chao Ju pushed him away. "Jin Duo, don't pretend to be young. You're older than the monster Chu. Let my little nephew call you uncle. Come on, little baby, call me uncle." Chapter 751. These things are all idiots. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really go to heaven. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. He knew how vicious Chao Ju and Jin Duo's mouths were. He didn't want to be provoked anymore. Pung! A pair of heavenly rock wings condensed behind him. Spirit energy surged on his small hand and condensed into a huge brick. "My little nephew is going crazy, huh?" Jin Duo laughed. "As expected of my little nephew. Like father, like son." The Silver Wolf also laughed. Chao Ju looked at Chu Yang's delicate little face. The veins on his face seemed to be jumping. He couldn't help but laugh. His little nephew was simply too cute. But they were doomed. Shua. Although Jin Duo was prepared for Chu Yang's move, Chu Yang still easily appeared behind Jin Duo and slapped him down. "Ayo!" The Silver Wolf cried like a ghost, and a big bump appeared on the back of his head. At the same time, he cursed, $$, "Damn father. Are you going to let me live? I'm already so monstrous. My son is even more monstrous. My little nephew is beating up this old uncle." "Uncle? I'll let your uncle do it." Chu Yang gritted his teeth and smacked the Silver Wolf with the brick. This time, he used more force than before. The Silver Wolf saw stars. This little nephew was so cruel. Jin Duo and Chao Ju saw the big bump on the back of the Silver Wolf's head. It even seemed like a small bump would appear and become the shape of a gourd. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Ah! Jin Duo immediately screamed. Chuyang also attacked him. He screamed and said, I say, little nephew, where did your anger come from, Peng? Before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. He almost fainted and fell to the ground. Jin Duo was extremely shocked. How monstrous was his little nephew? I tried my best to dodge, but couldn't even escape for 3 seconds. Little nephew, you are as inhuman as your father. Bang! He immediately got hit by Chu Yang's extra-large brick. He knew that the back of his head must be the same as the silver wolf. Hashtag, yin hashtag, yin hashtag. Jin Duo was cursing crazily in his heart. Fuck, this little bastard was too ruthless. Shua, seeing Silver Wolf and Jin Duo's miserable state, Chao Ju dodged and shouted, Little nephew, beating up your uncle is disgraceful. What you're doing is wrong. Swish, swish. The two of them moved quickly. Chao Ju was truly capable. Later on, Chu Yang directly used the heavenly Peng feather to augment the heavenly Peng wings formed from his spirit chi. Only then did he manage to suppress Chao Ju. When Chu Yang smashed the brick down, a big bump immediately appeared on the back of Chao Ju's head. He was still angry, so he smacked the three of them one by one with the brick. I'll let your uncle win. How dare you act so young? I'll teach you a lesson. Chao Ju, Jin Duo, and the Silver Wolf wanted to cry, but had no tears. Whose little nephew was so cruel? And this was under the condition that he showed mercy. Otherwise, their heads wouldn't just be bumps. Their skulls would crack, and they would be knocked out in minutes. Chu Rinxian, Li Chengfeng, Gong Shang, and the others looked at all this in shock. They were shocked and shocked. Not to mention that they couldn't catch up to Chu Yang. They couldn't even catch up to Chu Yang's son. What are you looking at? Do you want to be hit by the brick too? Chapter 752. Second brother, I'll have to trouble you. I can't reveal my identity now. Second brother? In the zither sound, Saint Child's consciousness, he suddenly heard Chu Yang's voice transmission. Immediately, he was thrown into disarray. His eyes widened as he thought, this exquisite, beautiful, and ferocious brat in front of him is Chu Yang. The saint's son was a little dumbfounded. Second brother, can you not look like that? I'm already very hurt. Chu Yang's gloomy voice sounded. No matter how shocked the saint's son was, he could roughly confirm that this little kid in front of him was Chu Yang. Little brother, how did you become like this? With Chu Yang's current appearance, even if an old monster would come, he would absolutely not be able to see any clues. Because the current Chu Yang was absolutely only 7 or 8 years old. This was not something that could be achieved by any kind of body-changing technique. Second brother, I'll tell you in detail later. Pretend that you can't beat him. After Chu Yang's voice transmission ended, he immediately pointed at the saint's son. Hey, you are the leader of this group of idiots. Where's my idol? Hurry up and tell me. The saint's son knew that this was Chu Yang, but when he looked at that exquisite little face and heard that tender voice, he was still a little confused. In the end, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Whoosh! Chu Yang flew over at an astonishing speed, which shocked the saint's son. Then, he pretended to be restrained by Chu Yang. No. Don't give me a brick too. The saint child felt that his disguise was too different from his usual self, but that was all he could do. This was his limit. I don't know where your idol is. I can tell that you are honest at first glance. I think what you said is true. When Chu Yang spoke, Chao Ju and the other two were very depressed. This little nephew was too unkind. Why was the saint's son a good person, and they were bad people? You don't know where my idol is. Chu Yang suddenly pointed at Qian Aoshua. Then you should know whether this woman is my idol's woman or not, right? Of course I know. The saint child didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no need for her little brother to be ashamed of his junior sister. Qian Aoshua had already covered her face in front of all her brothers and sisters. She really had no face to live. Ha! Chu Yang laughed mischievously. You still know how to be shy? Seeing that you're my idol, I'll give you a way out for now. I won't embarrass you to death, ha. Also, in order to ensure that I get accurate information, I must interrogate you in isolation. Chu Yang was about to leave with the Saint Child, but his voice drifted back. After I finish interrogating this thing, I will come back to interrogate you guys. All of you better be mentally prepared. Soon, Chu Yang and the Saint Child reached a safe place. The Saint Child asked, "Little brother, what happened to you?" "Reincarnation." Chu Yang sighed, extremely depressed. The Saint Child was shocked at first, then immediately became speechless. When she saw Chu Yang's bitter face again, she completely lost her temper. If it was reincarnation, it was a fortune that many people couldn't get even if they begged for it. In particular, some old monsters couldn't wait to use reincarnation to return to their old age. The reason why it was said to be a great fortune was that it was equivalent to living a second life. Especially Chu Yang, it was almost equivalent to superimposing two lives. It was simply unimaginable how powerful his life origin was. No wonder my little brother could trigger the Red Lotus Hellfire. I'm afraid he has already sent millions of souls into reincarnation. The reason why he could do so is because he went through reincarnation and obtained this fortune. It should be a kind of good karma. The Saint Child guessed roughly, but the more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. Her little brother was really too heaven-defying. Not to mention the Eastern Wilderness, even in the East Continent, he was definitely an unparalleled genius. Karma was an extremely important factor for those who had millions of souls in their hands. But not everyone could trigger reincarnation. To be exact, it should be impossible, but Chu Yang had done it. Chapter 753. Second brother, let's not talk about this depressing matter anymore. Depressing? Why don't you let me down as well? Saint Sun Zither Melody was speechless again. Chu Yang was obviously taking advantage of the situation. Second brother, the desolate demon isn't dead. He's just being suppressed by the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor on Emperor Island. Chu Yang's voice turned slightly serious. This time, when Emperor Island opens, the demon race is preparing to rescue the desolate demon. The desolate demon isn't dead. Saint Sun Zither Melody was shocked. He knew about Emperor Island and the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. Naturally, he knew about the desolate demon. If the desolate demon wasn't dead and was rescued by the demon race, the Eastern Wilderness would be in for another calamity. It was no wonder that Chu Yang, who was always laughing and joking, had become serious at this time. Also, Chu Yang spoke again. Before the desolate demon was suppressed, he left behind 7 desolate demon eggs. Now, a desolate demon prince has hatched. With the desolate demon prince, the demon race is trying their best to plunder the Eastern Wilderness's natural source. What? Saint Sun Zither Melody was shocked again. This news was too shocking. Not only did a desolate demon prince hatch, but the Eastern Wilderness's natural source was being plundered by the demon race. Little brother, are you sure? The news was too shocking, and the consequences were unimaginable. Saint Sun Zither Melody couldn't believe it and asked again. It shouldn't be wrong. Chu Yang frowned and said, I got this news from the souls of an eagle demon and a condor demon. The demon race is also very wary of me. They are afraid that I will enter Emperor Island and ruin their plans. They are scheming to eliminate me before Emperor Island opens. The desolate stone was actually a piece of evidence, but it was all absorbed by Chu Yang. Apart from that, I also looted the little golden rock king and the others and obtained something that they called the desolate stone. The energy contained in the stone can not only nourish the body, but also the mind and soul. I'm sure that the energy contained in the stone is most likely the Eastern Wasteland source energy. Chu Yang also explained the desolate stone in detail. The Zither Saint frowned and sighed. If that's the case, then this matter is pretty much settled. Once they obtain the Eastern Wilderness's natural source, the demon race's strength will continue to increase. The longer this goes on, the more unimaginable the consequences will be. Second brother, that's why I came to see you. Chu Yang then exhorted. Second brother, when you pass the news back, you must be careful. Now, I reckon that because of me, there are definitely a lot of things that are eyeing you. I know. Saint Child Zither thought for a while and said, Little brother, We can also tell this secret to Sea Demon City. Yeah. Chu Yang slapped his thigh and said, if the Sea Demon City sends the news, then it will be even more foolproof. Although the Sea Demon City had a close relationship with the demon race, stealing the natural source of the eastern wilderness was something that the city lord of the Sea Demon City, Hai Wuya, was not willing to see. After all, he was also a creature of the eastern wilderness. The demon race would rise again and completely crush the human race. This was not something that Hai Wuya wanted to see. If at that time, the power of both sides would be unbalanced, and he would not be able to act like a fish in water between the two sides. He might even be annihilated by the demon race. Also, Saint Sun Chinin added, other than the demon race, you have to pay more attention to the Longhu sect, the Wei Nation, the Qi Nation, the Wu Nation, and the Han Nation. They might have designs on you, especially the Longhu sect and the Wei Nation. Dragon Tiger sect? Chu Yang was somewhat surprised. The Wei country was easy to understand. After all, he had killed the Wei country's third princess and the city lord of the Metal Origin City. That's right. Saint Child Zither nodded and said, the Dragon Tiger sect and the Soul Devourer clan used to be very close. I heard that when the Soul Devourer clan was besieged, someone from the Dragon Tiger sect tipped off the Soul Devourer clan in advance. The elders think that the Dragon Tiger sect might be problematic. Therefore, if you meet the Dragon Godson and Tiger Godson of the Dragon Tiger sect, you must be careful. Emperor Island appeared again. This time, the princes of Wei, Wu, Qi, and Han country had all come. The Dragon Tiger sect and Seven Stars sect had also come. At this moment, in the Sea Demon City, there were many heroes gathered. There were crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Undercurrents surged and dangers lurked. It was extremely complicated. Chapter 754. Second brother, I will be careful. Don't worry. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Chu Yang thought deeply and realized that anyone could be his enemy, especially since he had been in the limelight recently. It could be said that he had become the target of public criticism. The Emperor Island had a cultivation realm restriction. Only those below the Soul Wheel realm could enter. With the battle results that Chu Yang had displayed, he could be said to be invincible among those below the Soul Wheel realm. On the Emperor Island, no one would have thought that there was someone like Chu Yang, who could be called a tyrant, who would snatch away all their fortunes. Therefore, even if those people had no enmity with Chu Yang, it would be the best choice for them to eliminate Chu Yang. This is a little troublesome. Chu Yang's small face turned serious, which made the Zither Saint Sun laugh involuntarily. She thought to herself, even a lawless demon like you has times when you are afraid. However, the Saint Sun only laughed. He could feel the pressure from Chu Yang. Once Chu Yang entered the Emperor Island, he would definitely be targeted by the demon race and might even become the public enemy. Fortunately, Chu Yang had turned back to 7 or 8 years old because of the reincarnation. The enemies had lost track of him. Otherwise, he would probably have to face endless assassination attempts. Some old monsters might even come out to deal with Chu Yang. Second brother. Chu Yang suddenly said, my identity can't be exposed now. I can't use the artifacts on me. What artifacts do you have? Lend them to me first. Chu Yang did feel the pressure. His current cultivation realm was not enough to face all of this. Yes, of course. The Saint's son laughed. However, there is no need to lend them. Anyway, I don't like this item. I will give it to you. As he spoke, he took out an ancient bottle. It floated in the air like a cloud. There were only 2 colors on it, black and white. There was a dragon-shaped curve on each side, separating the 2 colors. This is the Yin-Yang 4 symbols bottle. It's a peak soul wheel realm artifact. It's only a few strands away from becoming a spirit realm artifact. It can suck enemies into the bottle, refine them into pus, or burn them into ashes. Saint Sun Chinin Sound took out the Yin-Yang 4 symbols vase, and his face turned extremely gloomy. The Gongsun family of the East Continent has a supreme treasure, the Yin-Yang 4 symbols vase. This is a replica of it, and it's very ordinary. It doesn't even have 10% of the real Yin-Yang 4 symbols vase's power. the Gongsun family of the East Continent. The might of a high-grade artifact in the Soul Wheel realm was only SOSO. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Compared to the East Continent, the Eastern Wilderness was just a small place. Of course, he also noticed the Saint Child's abnormality. Although she was not in a good mood, he still asked out of curiosity, "Second brother, have you been to the East Continent?" "You've been to the East Continent?" Saint Child Chineen smiled sadly. "I'm for the East Continent. To be exact, I fled from the East Continent to the Eastern Wilderness." Saint Child Chineen was from the East Continent. Chuyang was very surprised. He had never expected this. Judging from Saint Child Chineen's tone, there must be a lot of stories behind this. Saint Child Chineen suddenly said, "Big brother was targeted because of me. One of his arms was chopped off." "What?" Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Big brother Chu Fei was crippled in the East Continent, and his cultivation was crippled. There was such a reason behind it. No wonder Big Brother didn't mention it in detail. The enemy was probably extremely powerful. "Second brother." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, who chopped off my big brother's arm?" At the mention of this person, Saint Child Chineen's face twisted. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Gong Sun Long." Chapter 755. The Saint Son of Zither Sound was actually a member of the Gongsun family in the East Continent. Internal strife within an aristocratic clan and brothers killing each other. Chu Yang finally understood. The Saint Son of Zither Sound told him everything. His real name was Gongsun Wushang, and he was the son of a concubine. He had no status in the Gongsun family. He didn't care much about it until one day, his mother angered Gongsun Long's mother over a small matter, and Gongsun Long killed his mother with a palm strike. His mother's death was like the death of a bug. There was no explanation for it. The reason was simple. Not only was Gongsun Long the eldest son, but he was also the supreme genius of the Gongsun family. His martial soul was the supreme treasure of the Gongsun family, the Yin-Yang Four Symbols vase. The Zither Sound Saint Son could still clearly remember the scene that day. His mother had been beaten to death by Gongsun Long, and his bullshit father hadn't even said a single word to blame Gongsun Long. Instead, he had just lost his mother and was heartbroken. Not only had he been ruthlessly scolded, he had even been severely punished. What happened next was simple. The Saint Son of Zither Sound endured and worked hard to avenge his mother, but Gongsun Long couldn't let him do as he wished. Therefore, the Saint Son of Zither Sound escaped from the Gongsun family and the East Continent. In the end, he fled to the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. It was no wonder that Saint Child Zither Melody would always smile faintly when he, Chao Ju, Saint Child Violence, Jean Duo, and the others were having fun together. His smile had never fully spread. He had something in his heart, and he had hatred and resentment. How could he smile? The Zither Sound Saint Child looked at the silent Chu Yang. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight seemed to penetrate through the haze in his heart and fell on him. Perhaps meeting Big Brother is the luckiest thing in my life. Having such a younger brother doesn't necessarily mean that I won't be able to take my revenge. Gongsun Long was a peerless genius. Moreover, he had the Gongsun family behind him, which was such a huge family. Therefore, the Saint Son of Zither Sound had once despaired. But now, he saw Chu Yang, who was even more monstrous than Gongsun Long. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even if Gongsun Long had tens of millions of souls in his hands, the Saint Son was sure that Gongsun Long would definitely not be able to trigger the cycle of reincarnation and send them to the afterlife. Therefore, Saint Child Zither Music was now very convinced that in terms of talent, Gongsun Long was nothing but trash in front of Chu Yang. "Little brother, I'll give you this replica Yin-Yang Four Symbols vase." A faint smile appeared on the Saint Son's face. He seemed to have seen the scene of Gongsun Long being killed by Chu Yang. Although he was incompetent, and although he was not the one who killed his enemy, this person was his younger brother. He also firmly believed that such a scene would definitely appear. With Chu Yang's performance, he had stirred up the entire Eastern Wilderness. Music could even imagine how the Gongsun family would be turned upside down. It's time for me to get ready. The saint son of Zither Sound's thoughts had drifted far away. As soon as he heard Chu Yang's voice, he was pulled back to reality. Second brother, isn't it just Gong Sun Long? Do you have to be so gloomy all day? I think if our mother knew, she would come back from the netherworld and beat you up. Chapter 756. East Continent. The Saint Child Zither Melody was lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she remembered something and laughed. Little brother, I heard that your fiancée is very beautiful. No wonder you don't like junior sister Aoshue. This sudden attack caused Chu Yang to be slightly embarrassed. However, in his mind, he could not help but think of the little girl who was trembling and insisted on sleeping with him during the thunder. Her little face gradually became clearer in Chu Yang's mind. East Continent, once the Emperor Island is over and I return to the Five Elements sect to kill the Five Elements Divine Son, I should be heading there. However, Chu Yang quickly pulled back his thoughts. Holding the Yin Yang Four Symbols vase in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. With this thing, not only can I collect souls, but I can also collect people. Let's see who still dares to provoke me. I'll kill them all. That wasn't all. The Saint Child Zither Melody looked at Chu Yang's sinister smile and was speechless again. She felt that someone was going to be in big trouble. After that, Chu Yang asked the Saint Child Zither Melody about the realms. In the Soul Wheel realm, the soul wheel would be formed and the spirit would be condensed. This was the spirit realm. There were 9 levels in the spirit realm. With each level, the connection between the spirit and the world would be closer. There would also be an additional divine bridge behind the spirit connecting with the world. It was as if the world was the cultivator's paradise. After the spirit realm was the soul fusion realm, also known as the second soul ascension realm. When the spirit and martial soul fused, the martial soul would be upgraded again. After there were the transcendence realm, nirvana realm, life and death realm, and so on. Finally, the Saint Child Zither Melody mentioned something again. Little brother, the Burning Sky Saint Child is also here this time. You have to be careful. The Burning Sky Saint Child? Chu Yang said casually. Second brother, with this thing, it's no different from killing a dog for me. The Burning Sky Saint Child and the Saint Child Zither Melody didn't get along, so they naturally didn't go the same way. There was nothing wrong with Chu Yang's words. The Zither Melody Saint Child smiled and said, this time, he is escorting the son of the sect master. I'm afraid he has some backing. The sect master's son? Chu Yang was surprised again. That's bullshit. How did his son suddenly appear? Who knew that he would appear out of nowhere? The Zither Melody Saint said. The sect master admitted it himself. Can you deny it? Why do I feel like there's something strange about this? Chu Yang did not trust the Five Elements sect master at all. Furthermore, he had always suspected that there was something wrong with him. After the two of them finished their discussion, they split up. The Zither Melody Saint's son sent the news back to the Five Elements sect, while Chu Yang used a secret method to inform the Sea Demon City Lord Hai Wuya of the Fiend Race's scheme. At the same time, the news of Chu Yang beating up Hai Xinglong and breaking into the Five Elements sect's encampment quickly spread. Everyone in Sea Demon City knew about it. It could be said that Chu Yang had stolen his own limelight. Right now, his identity as a little brat was the center of attention, and Sea Demon City was abuzz with discussions. Did you hear? That little brat whose soul demons gave Hai Xinglong a good beating today. That's already considered light. He only got hit with a brick. Hai Xinglong is already very lucky that he wasn't stripped naked and hung under the sun. That's right. That little brat idolizes Brick Chew. I heard that the Five Elements sect was also taken care of by that little brat. Do you think that he will clash with his idol Brick Chew? Then, we can only wait and see. In any case, whether it is that little brat or Brick Chew, they are not playthings. Whoever knows what is going on in their heads is definitely a god. That's not what I'm curious about. What I'm curious about is how the City Lord Mansion will react. Do you guys think that the City Lord will make a move to deal with that little brat? After all, Hai Xinglong has lost a lot of face this time. The Sea Demon City was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Everything appeared to be even more noisy and disorderly. Chuyang naturally knew about these discussions, but he didn't care. If Hai Wuya made a move against a little brat like him, that would be too shameful. Therefore, if the City Lord Mansion couldn't bear this, then at most, it would be Hai Wuya's eldest son, Hai Xinghai, who would come to find trouble with him. Hai Xinghai was on the same level as the Little Gold Rock King. Chuyang felt a bit of pressure, but he wasn't worried. His main concern was what kind of chain reaction would it cause after the news spread out. Would there be a huge storm that would affect and change the current situation? Would there be some kind of major change in the trip to Emperor Island? Perhaps in the eastern wilderness, a great war between the human race and the demon race would break out immediately. After a night passed, Chuyang didn't receive any news, nor did the city lord of Sea Demon City arrive. Instead, he received an unexpected person, the Burning Sky Saint's son. Chapter 757. The Burning Sky Saint was here to find Chuyang. No, to be more precise, he was here to find the brat. Of course, he didn't know that the brat was Chuyang. The Burning Sky Saint had requested a quiet room. Chuyang wanted to see what kind of trick he was going to play, so he agreed. After sending everyone away, the Burning Sky Saint asked politely, "May I know your name, little brother?" The Burning Sky Saint kept smiling and spoke as if he was on the same level. A strange smile appeared on Chuyang's delicate face. He said, "Burning Sky Saint, right? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Little brother, you must be joking." The Burning Sky Saint's smile stiffened. Chuyang was too rude and didn't give him any face. TSK. Chuyang looked at him with disdain. "You want to use such a method to find out the identity of this brat? Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" However, after thinking about it, Chuyang felt that it was possible. If the brat wasn't himself, he might have said his name. Good method. "So you want to hear the truth?" Chuyang smiled, but he suddenly pointed at the Burning Sky Saint and said with disdain, "You don't have the right." The Burning Sky Saint's smile froze on his face. He was furious for a moment, but it disappeared in an instant. He cupped his fists and smiled again. He said apologetically, "Little brother, I was rude. Please don't mind." He changed the topic and said, "Little brother, I'm sorry for the offense. I'm actually worried about Junior Brother Chu. The burden of this trip to Emperor Island is all on Junior Brother Chu. He's under a lot of pressure right now, and little brother," he found it hard to say, but he finally said, "I'll say something that you don't want to hear. Little brother, you're not afraid, but when you make trouble, please don't bring Junior Brother Chu with you. Junior Brother Chu is on the cusp of the storm. His life might be in danger at any time." Junior Brother Chu, the burning heaven holy sun, actually called his Junior Brother Chu, was the sun rising from the west. Chuyang felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The burning heaven holy sun was actually worried about his safety. Bang! Chuyang was furious. He slammed the table with his little hand. "Who dares to touch my idol? I'll kill his entire family and exterminate all 9 generations of his family." A strange light flashed through the burning heaven holy sun's eyes. "Little brother, we understand your intentions, but I'll say something unpleasant. Little brother, you can't even protect yourself right now." "Yes." Chuyang's blinking, beautiful eyes stared at the burning heaven holy sun like a fierce tiger. An evil smile appeared on his small face. "So you're saying that you're looking down on me?" The burning heaven holy sun was not afraid. He said bluntly, "Little brother, loyal words are unpleasant to the ear. Your strength is indeed not bad, but you haven't encountered a true test yet." "Oh, Shua." Chuyang's sudden movement shocked the burning heaven holy sun. When he wanted to react, it was already too late. However, he felt a small figure suddenly appear behind him and immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. Bang! He was smashed to the ground. Only now did he see that Chuyang was holding a large golden brick. It was almost as big as Chuyang's small body. The burning heaven holy sun was shocked. Although the distance was very short, I was already prepared. When this little bastard attacked, I couldn't even react. His strength is indeed extraordinary. That thing, how do you feel after being hit by that brick? Chu Yang looked down at the burning heaven, holy sun from above. He said in a childish voice, I hope you don't make a mistake about one thing. My admiration for my idol is not because he is stronger than me, but because of how he conducts himself and how he conducts himself. He is my role model. Chapter 758. The burning sky, Saint Sun was humiliated to the extreme and almost went berserk. However, a smile appeared on his face in the end as he apologized. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, little brother. His smile quickly turned into flattery. Little brother's ability is so profound. I have a presumptuous request. I hope that little brother can save my junior brother Chu when he is in danger. The burning sky, Saint Sun stood up and bowed respectfully to Chu Yang, solemnly requesting. Chu Yang felt uncomfortable in his heart. He thought that he was shameless to the extreme. However, at this moment, he realized that he was still thousands of miles away. Chu Yang suddenly roared. That thing, let me ask you, is Chu Yang my idol or your idol? He's little brother's idol, and also my idol. The burning sky, Saint Sun's shamelessness and hypocrisy made Chu Yang unable to take the opportunity to flare up. He felt depressed. He cursed in his heart. Burning sky, Saint Sun, you're too damn shameless. You're so shameless that you've almost become my idol. I'm your enemy. You can't wait to eat my flesh and gnaw my bones. Now you're saying that I'm your idol. All of a sudden, Chu Yang felt that he should go to the Hohei Academy to further his studies. His so-called shamelessness paled in comparison to the holy sun of burning heaven. His naivety and kindness could move the heavens and move the earth. Oh, so my idol is also your idol. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Yang curled his lips and said, I say, that thing, you're so concerned about your idol that even I'm moved by you. Therefore, I've decided to pardon your great disrespect. It's good that little brother didn't misunderstand. The burning sky, Saint Sun smiled and said, However, little brother, please keep it a secret for me. Don't let junior brother Chu know. Chu Yang thought, I already know, okay? Then, he prostrated himself in admiration. The burning sky, Saint Sun, was amazing. No one could be as shameless and hypocritical as him. It made him feel even more inferior, so much so that he became angry. Bang! His sudden roar scared the burning heaven holy sun. I say, that thing, worshipping your own idol. How is it a shameful thing? You worship, you admire, you should say it out loud. How dare you use worshipping your own idol as a disgrace? You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Chu Yang's little face was filled with righteous indignation. The burning heaven holy sun hurriedly said, After all, I am junior brother Chu's senior brother. Although I admire him, I am afraid that he will become arrogant. You're amazing. Fuck, you can even find such a reason for me. You've really put in so much effort for your junior brother Chu. Should I be moved to tears right now? Chu Yang rubbed his chin with his fair and tender hands and pondered. What you said makes sense. However, he suddenly roared again. No, my idol should be proud. He should be arrogant and domineering. He should be unscrupulous and do whatever he wants. He should be lawless and only be supreme. He should also be incomparably respected and noble. He should be a nobleman and be second only to one person. Otherwise, wouldn't it make me look very tasteless? Chu Yang's shamelessness also broke through the sky. His boasting resounded throughout the world. Yes, that's right. His little hand suddenly pointed at the burning heaven holy sun's nose. Your understanding is wrong. I don't accept it. I order you now, quickly go out and shout 3 times, I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I am proud. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I am proud. The burning heaven holy sun was immediately dumbfounded. He might as well be killed if he were to shout like that. Is there a problem? Am I wrong? Chu Yang blinked his cute eyes and fiercely glared at the burning heaven holy sun. TTT that. Little brother, my face is thin. I really can't shout like that. Chapter 759. Bullshit! Chu Yang angrily roared again. Is it shameful to treat my idol as my idol? This is a supreme honor. To be able to treat my idol as your idol means that you have awakened and comprehended. Your face should have infinite honor. My infinite honor is an asshole. The burning heaven Saint Sun almost wanted to explode and kill someone. However, when he thought of Chu Yang's strength, he immediately became cautious and said with incomparable difficulty, "Little brother, I've never been good at expressing myself. Moreover, I've always kept my admiration and reverence in my heart. I feel that if I say it out loud, it would be a blasphemy to this admiration and reverence." Damn! Chu Yang finally cursed in his heart. To think that the burning heaven Saint Sun could even think of such a reason. Just how much of flood do you have for me? You're saying that I'm blaspheming my idol, right? Chu Yang's little face became stern. His eyes widened as he firmly stared at the burning heaven Saint Sun, as if he was about to explode. As for the burning heaven Saint Sun, for the first time in his life, he seemed to understand the meaning of being domineering. Little brother, I didn't mean it that way. The burning heaven Saint Sun panicked and stuttered. Every person has a different way of worshiping their idols. If it's different, then let it be the same, Chu Yang said incomparably rudely. You little thing, stop talking nonsense. Immediately go out and shout 3 times that I treat Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. Little brother, the burning heaven Saint Sun's words were directly, rudely interrupted by Chu Yang. You little thing are my words that hard to understand? Do you want me to tell you what it means? At this moment, dense spiritual energy gathered in Chu Yang's little hand and condensed into an extra large brick. When the burning heaven Saint Sun saw it, his eyes couldn't help but darken. However, how could he go out and shout, I treat Chu Yang as my idol, I'm proud? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Chu Yang's childish voice immediately threatened. If you still don't go, I'll knock you out with a brick, strip you naked, and hang you up to dry. Choose one of the two. Which one do you choose? If it wasn't for the fact that the burning heaven Saint Sun clearly knew that he was no match for this brat, he would have already slapped this brat to death. Seeing that Chu Yang was about to make a move, he rushed out with a bang and yelled loudly, I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. As soon as the burning heaven Holy Sun's voice spread out, everyone from the 5-element sect quickly gathered around. The Chinese Saint Sun, Chao Ju, the Silver Wolf, Jin Duo, Qian Aoshue, Chu Rinxian, Cheng Feng, Gong Shang, and the other 5-element sect disciples were all present. After they arrived, they realized that it was the burning heaven Saint Sun who shouted, I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. They were immediately dumbfounded and looked at the burning heaven Saint Sun as if they had seen a ghost. There was a deathly silence. There wasn't a trace of noise. The burning heaven Saint Sun's face was red. His nose was red, his ears were red, his neck was red, and his eyes were red. His hair was also red like flowers were about to bloom, shouting so softly that only a small group of people can hear it. What's the use? A tender voice reprimanded. You little thing, shout it again. Remember, if it's not loud enough this time, I'll knock you out with a brick, strip you naked, and hang you up to dry. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I'm proud. Chao Ju, Jin Duo, and the Silver Wolf were the first to burst into laughter. Chu Rinxian and the others from the 5-element sect couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qian Aoshue also laughed. On her iceberg-like face, it was as if spring had arrived. The ice and snow had melted, and all things had recovered. Her face was covered in colorful flowers. The Chinese Saint Sun couldn't help but burst into laughter. The burning heaven Saint Sun was too ashamed to show his face. With a swoosh, he flew away. Finally, his voice floated over. Chinese Saint Sun, the sect master has something to tell you. Please follow me. Chapter 760. The burning sky saint only stopped when he was far away from the place of humiliation. He saw that the zither melody saint was already behind him, but he did not turn around. He said directly, "Can you confirm that the news he sent back yesterday is correct?" The burning sky saint's face was still red, his neck was still red, and his ears were still red. He was definitely not willing to let the zither melody saint see his ugly state and make a joke out of him. As for this it was naturally Chu Yang. Naturally, the news was sent by Chu Yang earlier. The zither melody saint also stopped. Naturally, he could understand. Is this questioning Chu Yang? However, how could Chu Yang joke about such a thing? The zither melody saint's expression could not help but turn cold as he questioned repeatedly. Do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Do you have legs? The burning sky saint was very rude, and his meaning was very clear. Since the burning sky saint did not believe it, he could go and verify it. Why bother asking? Could it be that he did not know that Chu Yang was his little brother? The burning sky saint's anger surged. He had just been greatly humiliated. At this moment, the zither melody saint was still mocking him. His anger surged, and he almost could not hold it in. He immediately turned around and wanted to kill the zither melody saint. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to kill the zither melody saint. Crack! The burning sky saint clenched his teeth and said, "He is the true leader of our 5-element sect's trip this time. I hope that he can shoulder this responsibility." Here we go again. Humph! The zither melody saint was enraged. He snorted coldly and said, "When did my little brother agree to be the leader this time? When did he promise to protect anyone?" Once again, the zither melody saint rudely rebutted everything back. Naturally, Chu Yang would protect the 5-element sex group. However, this was not his duty. The burning sky saint suddenly turned around. His face was distorted, and traces of blood crawled out of his eyes, making them look scarlet. However, his face was even redder. "Are you trying to show me how ridiculous you look right now?" The zither melody saint was not afraid of him at all. His words stabbed at the burning sky saint. "Actually, I want to know when my little brother became your idol. And you're proud of it. This is really rare. I regard Chu Yang as my idol. I am proud of him." When this matter was brought up again, the humiliation was like a ferocious beast that swallowed the burning heaven saint sun whole. Rumble. The earth caved in and dust soared into the sky. The force of the explosion swept through everything, forming a violent gale that whistled loudly. After the burning sky saint's sun vented his anger, he suppressed his anger and threw something at the zither sound saint's sun. A 5-colored light streaked across the sky and landed in the zither sound saint's sun's hand. "This is the 5-elements flag. The sect leader asked me to pass it to Chu Yang." The burning sky holy sun said coldly. This time, the sect master hopes that he can let the 5-element sect gain the upper hand in the Emperor Island. Shua. After he finished speaking, the burning heaven holy sun didn't want to stay for a moment longer. He flew away and disappeared in an instant. The zither tune saint looked at the 5-elements flag in her hand, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. There were originally 50 flags in the 5-element flags, with 10 flags for each of the 5 elements. As the saying went, there were 50 great Daos and 49 great Daos. The 50 great Daos were the number of cycles. If they were all complete, how could there be any changes? Therefore, the 5-element flags became 49 flags in the end, with 9 flags for each of the 5 elements. For flags had no attributes, and the last flag was said to be a hidden flag. It was very mysterious and difficult to measure. The 5-element flags could be considered a treasure that symbolized the 5-element sect. It could be used to set up formations or as a weapon. Only a formation master could bring out the full power of the 5-element flags. Chapter 761. A Weasel Paying a Visit to a Chicken. What was he up to? The zither melody saint checked the 5-element flag right away, but she didn't find anything unusual. He frowned. Could it be that my performance has gained the sect master's approval? So he changed his attitude? He didn't know. So he discussed the 5-element flags with Chu Yang. Little brother, this is the 5-element flags. I've checked it, and it should be usable. When the saint's son handed the 5-element flags to Chu Yang didn't take it. Second brother, you should know that I thought the sect master might be a spy of the Soul Devourer clan a long time ago, Chu Yang said in a deep voice. I still have this suspicion. I'm the most handsome. Chao Ju and the saint's son both knew about Chu Yang's identity in the 5-element sect, but they didn't say it out loud. The saint's son was confused. Little brother, there's nothing wrong with the 5-element flags. You can use it without worry. Chu Yang didn't answer. His eyes were dim, and he asked, Second brother, I should be a teenager, right? Needless to say, I'm a teenager. First, I killed the Soul Devourer clan, then the 1,000 Demons sect. That should be something, right? It wasn't just something amazing. It could be called a miracle, and it was even more shocking. Second brother, what do you mean? The saint's son seemed to understand Chu Yang's meaning. Chu Yang smiled and said, when a young man achieves success, it's inevitable that he will become arrogant and overconfident. He pointed at the 5-element flags. For example, even if there's something wrong with the 5-element flags, so what? Chu Yang, am omnipotent. If there's something wrong, I'll just erase it. On the other hand, if I don't feel anything wrong with the 5-element flags, then there's definitely nothing wrong with the 5-element flags. It's just that this world is too big. There are all kinds of strange things, and talented people come out in large numbers. There are many things that I can't understand or imagine. If I think the world is in my hands and I'm omnipotent, I'll be so arrogant. Second brother, what do you think the result will be? It wasn't that the 5-element flags didn't have any peculiarities. It was just that they couldn't discover such peculiarities. They want to kill me. Chu Yang's judgment made the Zither Melody Saints' pupils shrink involuntarily. As for them, they were naturally referring to the sect leader of the 5-elements sect, and the 5-elements flag was a tracking device. The Zither Melody Saint child couldn't help but shudder. If that's the case, my whereabouts will be in their grasp. It will be too easy for them to kill me. What a shocking scheme. The more the saint child thought about it, the more he shuddered. If it were an ordinary disciple of the 5-elements sect, no one would suspect their own sect leader. Just like what Chu Yang had said, when a young man achieved success, it was inevitable that he would become arrogant and self-righteous. Even though he knew that the 5-element flags might be strange, he would still disdain it. His methods were also extremely shocking. If even the Zither Tune Saint's son couldn't recognize it, then it definitely wasn't an ordinary technique. Such a conjecture was the most malicious conjecture, but it wasn't impossible. Saint Child Zither Melody couldn't help but sigh. Putting himself in Chu Yang's shoes, he thought, if I were Chu Yang, who is now at the peak of my power, I probably wouldn't think much of the 5-elements sect leader. In that case, he was definitely fooled. Little brother is so clear-headed and has such a temperament. It's really amazing. There must be a reason why he can make such a name for himself. The Zither Melody Saint child couldn't help but admire Chu Yang. There were definitely many people who could achieve success at a young age, but there were definitely not many who could be as clear-headed as Chu Yang. Chapter 762. Chu Yang's small face curved into a smile that did not match his age. He sneered and said, they just want to find out more about me, but I won't let them succeed. Bang! The saint's son suddenly stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Little brother, it seems that they really intend to kill you. Then he felt lucky. Fortunately, Chu Yang had turned into a 7 or 8-year-old because of the reincarnation. He had hidden his identity and avoided all of this. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little brother, you have 2 identities now. Your current identity has already become a variable in their eyes. At this moment, the saint's son's tone was incomparably firm. Therefore, only by figuring out your identity and completely controlling you can they be 100% sure that they can kill you. Otherwise, once you get involved, they will be very worried that their plans will be disrupted by you and all their efforts will be in vain. Such a meticulous plan, taking into account all kinds of factors. Even the slightest bit of uncertainty had to be eliminated. At the same time, it could be seen how much pressure Chu Yang was exerting on them, making them have no choice but to be so cautious. Yes, Chu Yang nodded. He was surrounded by enemies now. The trip to Emperor Island was very dangerous. Second brother, he thought for a while. Think of a way to prevent those idiots from entering Emperor Island. I don't feel good now. He was talking about Chao, Ju, and the others. The saint's son shook his head and said, "Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. They are not your children. Even if they are, you don't need to arrange everything for them and make decisions for them. Moreover, Emperor Island is not the only dangerous place in this world. There are dangers everywhere in this world. It's just that the forms of danger are different. You don't need to be responsible for their life and death, and you shouldn't interfere in their lives or be responsible for their lives. Only they can be responsible for their lives. Apart from them, no one else can, not even the gods or the heavens." What the saint's son meant was that he was meddling too much. What he thought was a better choice for them might actually be the worst choice. "Second brother, you're right." Chu Yang suddenly laughed. "Second brother, why do I suddenly feel that you are so deep?" I was caught off guard. The Zithertune saint's son smiled bitterly. He couldn't do anything to Chu Yang. Just as the two of them were analyzing the current situation and discussing how to deal with it, someone came knocking on their door again, looking for Chu Yang's identity as a brat. They were the Sea Demon Guards of Sea Demon City. As soon as the burning Heaven Holy Sun left, they came knocking on his door. The Zither Melody saint speculated with the greatest malice and couldn't help but worry. Suppose the burning sky saint didn't find out the identity of this brat Chu Yang, so the Sea Demon City took action. In other words, the mayor of the Sea Demon City also wanted to kill Chu Yang. They had joined hands. The sect master of the Five Elements sect, the Fiend race, Hai Wuya, the Four Nations, and those who hoped to obtain the fortune on Emperor Island. Every one of them probably wanted Chu Yang dead. They all had the same goal. Second brother, you are now a thorn in everyone's side. If you don't die, they will feel like a fishbone stuck in their throat. You'll know when you see them. I don't mind robbing the Sea Demon City, the Four Nations, and everything else. Chu Yang smiled coldly. If they annoy me, I'll go and kill them all first. Soon, he saw the newcomers. There were 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman. One was a black-clothed youth with a fierce aura. His eyes were like a falcon's, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The other was an orange-clothed man around 25 or 26 years old. He was handsome, and his skin was white and delicate. There was also a green-clothed man who had the same aura as the orange-clothed man. However, his appearance was much worse, and his slanted eyebrows were the ugliest. The last one was a woman in white. She was pretty and had an outstanding temperament. Her neck was white and long, like a swan's neck. However, she was arrogant, holding her head high like a rooster. Jin Jinghao, Lu Yishu, Xiang Fei, and Su Ling are met with Chu Yang. They reported their names, and their eyes fell on Chu Yang, sizing him up carefully. "This is the first young master's letter of challenge to you. Please accept it." Jin Jinghao directly handed over a blood-red invitation. Chapter 763. Humans, living in different regions, would have different customs and habits, different cultures, different languages, and so on. The greater the region, the greater the difference. Even the skin color would be different. All kinds of differences would lead to comparisons and feelings of superiority. There would also be racial discrimination and regional discrimination. Of course, Chu Yang didn't care about discrimination. He only noticed the differences in Jin Jinghao, Lu Yishu, Xiang Fei, and Su Ling. Of course, their skin color was the same, and their language was the same. However, there were some differences. For example, Jin Jinghao had a very distinct smell of the sea. It could be said that he often lived by the sea, and he was a sea demon guard. Lu Yishu and Su Ling not only had the aura of being pampered, but they also had a strong secular aura. They should be the descendants of some nobles or even members of the royal family. In other words, they could be understood as people from 2 of the 4 countries. Xiang Fei's aura was that of sect. He was either from the Longhu sect or the Seven Stars sect. These 4 people were not the only ones who came. Many people followed behind them to watch the show. It seemed that they had been informed before they came. At this moment, all eyes were on Chu Yang, but many of them were obviously not here to watch the show. Some people were also secretly observing Chu Yang. Chu Yang's divine perception was very sharp. How could this be hidden from him? Now he could almost confirm 2 things. First, they had to join hands to get rid of anyone who had designs on the Emperor Island. This was to prevent Chu Yang from kicking all of them aside and taking all the spoils for himself. Second, with his current identity as a child, he could hold back 10,000 people. They all thought that the child had become an obstacle to killing him and had to be cleared up. As for why they had revealed such a big flaw, perhaps they really thought Chu Yang was a child, or perhaps the person in charge of this matter was stupid, or perhaps they didn't think it was a flaw at all. Who knew the reason? Chu Yang didn't care about the reason. He only cared about his mood, which was a little bad. The eldest young master asked us to deliver this letter of challenge to you. In 3 days, the eldest young master will fight you at the Boomerang Cove of the Sea Demon City. Please be prepared. Chu Yang didn't say anything, nor did he accept the challenge. Jin Jinghao couldn't help but ask again. Scram! A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Chu Yang's face as he spat out a word. Although the voice was young and tender, it was as loud as thunder and rumbled. What? Jin Jinghao Feng couldn't react in time. He didn't expect that Chu Yang would just say, "Get lost," and send him away. Jin Jinghao had thought of many possible scenarios, but he had never thought that Chu Yang would only tell him to get lost in the end. It was as if he was driving away a fly. It was very disgusting. Jin Jinghao felt like he was driving away a fly, but he didn't think that Chu Yang would only say "get lost" in the end. Lu Yishu, Xiang Fei, and Su Ling were also very shocked. Many of the spectators were also dumbfounded. Then they burst into an uproar. Arrogant. He was really arrogant. The level of arrogance of this little brat was so high that Hai Xinghai's arrogance was nothing. Hai Xinghai's arrogance was that if he said he wanted to fight you, then he would fight you. He would set the time and place, and you could only listen to him obediently. Hai Xinghai didn't see this little brat as an opponent, nor did he put this little brat Chu Yang in his eyes. Everyone even suspected that if this little brat didn't teach Hai Xinglong a lesson, he might not even look at this little brat. Chapter 764. However, the little brat in front of everyone was implying, "Hai Xinghai, who are you? You're just a fly. If you're qualified to fight with me, why don't you take a piss and look in a mirror first?" Chu Yang's little face was full of disgust, which stimulated everyone's mind even more. After saying that, he turned around and left. Stop! Jin Jinghao had the intention of dying when his master was humiliated. With a swoosh, he blocked Chu Yang's path and said coldly, "What? Weren't you very arrogant? Now you're scared and want to run away?" It was ridiculous that an adult would say such words to a child. It was absolutely ridiculous. However, no one found it funny. Who would treat such a ferocious little brat as a child? Look at what he had done. Don't you understand my words? Is the word scram hard to understand? Chu Yang raised his eyes and glanced at Jin Jinghao. What kind of master is this? What kind of servant is this? It's terrible to be uneducated. You don't even know what scram means. I really admit defeat. Hee. Chao Ju, the Silver Wolf, and Jin Duo heard Chu Yang's words and couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Wait, you'll see how ferocious our little nephew is. They were already waiting to watch a good show. Everyone present was speechless. This little brat's mouth was poisonous. Jin Jinghao was the one who was the most irritated. It was terrible to be uneducated. He inexplicably became one of them. What kind of disdain and contempt was this? If you're afraid of the eldest young master, immediately kneel down and apologize. The eldest young master is magnanimous and will forgive you for offending the second young master this time. Offended? Chu Yang glared. You dare to say that I offended him? The so-called second young master you're talking about is the idiot who I had the honor of being hit by a brick. It was the first time I learned from my idol and hit someone with a brick. He was the first. It was his honor. Go back and take a look at your master's ancestral grave. I can guarantee that it's already smoking. Jin Jinghao was so angry that his whole body trembled. No one knew if the ancestral grave of the Sea Demon City's city lord was emitting smoke, but Jin Jinghao was already fuming. What shocked everyone was that Jin Jinghao hadn't killed anyone yet. When did the ocean demon guards become so patient and polite? Your idol is Chuyang, right? Your idol is definitely not afraid of battle. You are simply discrediting your idol. The only woman among the four, Su Ling, stood out with her head held high. Her arrogance could not be concealed in the slightest. Chuyang chuckled in his heart. You're trying so hard to force me to make a move just so you can find out my strength and background. How could it be so easy? Naturally, he also knew what they were afraid of, his background as a brat. However, he was already so astonishing at the age of 7 or 8. If it wasn't for some great power, who could nurture such a child? Therefore, they did not dare to force him too much. In fact, in order to force him to make a move, they tried every possible way to find a reason to ensure that their actions could be justified. When the time came to investigate, they would have an excuse. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. A child could be killed with a knife. As for the letter of challenge, there was even less of a need for that. They could just make a move directly. There was no need for you to agree. Where did this bitch come from? A male dog is not enough. A female dog jumped out and barked in my ear. Chapter 765. Bitch. Su Ling was so angry that her face and neck instantly turned red. She gnashed her teeth, and her gaze was like a poisonous snake that was looking for a person to devour. She couldn't wait to eat Chuyang alive. How noble was her status? She was compared to a dog. No one dared to humiliate her like this. Anyone who dared to humiliate her was dead. Oh, by the way, I want to eat dog meat. Chuyang stared at Su Ling's belly. Is there a puppy in your belly? If there isn't, I'll stew it for you. How dare you? Su Ling was furious, but Chuyang's eyes were cold. When he glared at her, the man called Xiang Fei had already stood in front of Su Ling. You're young and ignorant, so you're not behaving appropriately. Eldest young master only wants to restrain you a little. Xiang Fei's pupils shrank. It seems that young master is right. You do need to restrain yourself. If you think you can do whatever you want in Sea Demon City, you might as well go through young master first. That's right. Louis Shu also spoke. If you win, young master naturally has no right to restrain you. You can do whatever you want. So polite. Were they suspecting about my identity? Restrain me? Chuyang suddenly smiled coldly, as if he had been greatly humiliated. He said coldly, What bullshit, young master. How dare he restrain me? Who does he think he is? How dare he put on airs in front of me? He really thinks he's someone important. Everyone was shocked again. The brat in front of them was so arrogant. Young master Hai Shanghai of Sea Demon City was just a dog fart in his eyes. Also, you 3 male dogs and this bitch, get the hell out of here. Chuyang pointed at them. If you talk nonsense in front of me again, I'll stew you. Male dogs. Bitches. Hee. Chao Ju and the others were overjoyed. Sure enough, this was their ferocious nephew. His mouth was the same as his father, the great evildoer Chu. Jin Jinghao and the other 3 were furious. Do you think you can refuse eldest young master's request? Jin Jinghao shouted coldly. Then, with a shake of his hand, the letter of challenge in his hand instantly shot towards Chuyang like a flying knife. Pung! Halfway through the letter of challenge, a flame suddenly appeared on it, burning it up. All of a sudden, words jumped out of the void, forming a challenge document that was fully displayed. Between the lines, there was a domineering aura that was incomparably domineering. Every word was extremely sharp and carried a great amount of pressure. The weaker ones among the crowd immediately covered their eyes and screamed as they stared at the words in the void. It was as if their eyes had been burned by the flames. At the same time, as soon as the letter of challenge was unfolded, The words in the void gathered together like tadpoles, instantly forming an incomparably dignified figure, releasing boundless majesty. This figure seemed to be an emperor. Many people present felt as if they had met an emperor for the first time and involuntarily knelt down. Rumble. Behind this figure, a vast ocean could faintly be seen. Within it, the sound of raging waves could be heard. At the point where the ocean and the sky met, there was even a sun that seemed to be rising. The rising sun from the east. What kind of existence was this? Even if it was just his shadow, there was actually a vast ocean and a vision of the rising sun behind him. Chuyang couldn't help but squint his eyes. Such a figure was probably an almighty. Hai Shanghai must have obtained his visualization diagram. Buzz. Suddenly, the figure's body transformed into a vast ocean. It turned dark blue and then pointed at Chuyang. Chapter 766. With just this finger, the pressure and attack contained within it could instantly crush a 9th-level ascending soul realm martial artist to death. Only a 4th or 5th level soul wheel realm martial artist could barely withstand it. This Hai Shanghai is actually so terrifying. With just a challenge letter, he could unleash such a shocking attack. Chuyang was shocked. He naturally didn't care about such an attack, but he was shocked by such a method. It might not be Hai Shanghai's method. It should be Hai Wuya's. Hai Shanghai is only as famous as the Little Gold Rock King and the others. He definitely wouldn't have such a method. Chuyang made a judgment in his heart. He couldn't help but sneer. Aren't you underestimating me too much? It's just a 4th or 5th level soul will realm martial artist attack. And you want to make things difficult for me? After absorbing the energy from the desolate stone, his genius martial spirit and idiot martial spirit had reached the 2nd grade of the 2nd revolution. Although his physical body hadn't reached the 2nd grade of the 2nd revolution, he possessed 15 dragons of strength. 6 times the explosive power was 90 dragons of strength. Ignoring the domain, 50 dragons of strength was enough to battle a soul wheel realm martial artist. With 90 dragons of strength, Chuyang could battle a 5th level soul wheel realm martial artist. However, he didn't have the intention to directly confront this illusory figure. This way, the people in the light and in the dark would have a chance to judge his background. It would be even worse if he accidentally used the technique that he usually used. Buzz. He directly used the yin-yang 4 symbols vase hidden in his body and broke away from the illusory figure's lock. With a swoosh, he actually escaped. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. You've revealed your true colors now. Your strength is only SOSO, and you actually dare to be so arrogant. When Jin Jinghao, Lu Yishu, and the others saw that Chuyang actually escaped, they immediately mocked and ridiculed him. They were naturally very proud of themselves. After all, they had been sent to investigate Chuyang's background. This meant that their strength had been recognized. Looks like this little bee, Su Ling, changed her words halfway. This brat doesn't have any status or background. 3 male dogs and 1 female dog. What do you know? This is my idol style. I'm learning from my idol now. You won't understand even if I tell you. Chuyang had a look of disdain on his face, but everyone was already bursting into laughter. This little brat really knows how to act. He still has the face to say that after escaping. Isn't that so? I think this lousy kid is extraordinary, but he's only SOSO. He is a little monster, yes, but compared to Siren City's eldest son, he is still too weak. Chuyang retorted sarcastically. This young master is worried about the safety of ants like you. Otherwise, this young master would have gone berserk just now. The gods would have fled, and the world would have been destroyed. All of you would have died. He continued to criticize the crowd. You guys have no conscience. I've done so much for the country, for heaven, and for earth. I'm so kind and great. It's fine if you guys don't help me, but you actually question me. I'm really hurt. Everyone's expression was very interesting. Huh. Then, everyone immediately burst into earth-shattering laughter. What a ferocious little nephew. As expected of a ferocious little nephew. He's just as shameless as that bastard Chu. No one can compare to him. Chao Ju, Jean Duo, and the others were impressed that Chu Yang had taught such a little nephew. Humph, you're still pretending, little brat. Let's see how long you can pretend. He's courting death. I don't think there's a need for the eldest son to do it himself. I can suppress him myself. He doesn't even dare to accept the eldest son's challenge. How capable can he be? Chapter 767. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four of them immediately surrounded Chu Yang. Oh, damn it. Chu Yang stomped his feet. I have a good temper and didn't teach you guys a lesson. You guys actually dared to make a move on me. If I don't teach you guys a lesson today and leave an indelible mark in your lives, I'm not a human. Buzz. Chu Yang took out the yin yang four symbols vase. Dense spirit chi shrouded the entire vase, and no one could see what it was. Once the domain formed by the yin-yang four symbols vase was released, it was comparable to the ninth level of the soul reincarnation realm and trapped Jin Jinghao and the other three. Immediately, their faces turned ashen. They couldn't advance or retreat, and they were like turtles trapped in a jar. Chu Yang's face was filled with anger. Spirit chi surged in his hand and condensed into an extra-large brick. He pointed at the four of them. Today, I'll let you guys know what a brick feels like. Bang, 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 bang. Jin Jinghao and the other three were hit on the head by the brick. Their heads were swollen, but they didn't faint. I feel that my idol is too benevolent. How can he strip you guys naked after you've fainted? Strip and strip. The four of them were so terrified that their eyes were trembling. At this moment, in front of Chu Yang, they were like four little sheep facing a big, hungry wolf, trembling in fear. This brat is indeed extraordinary. However, when they realized it, it was too late for regrets. Chu Yang restrained the four of them and hung them up. He touched his chin and mumbled, "Stripping and stripping is too troublesome. Isn't it better to burn them all?" Burn. There is no such thing as the worst, only worse. Jin Jinghao, Lu Yishu, and the other three couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! The first one to suffer was Jin Jinghao. As soon as the flames reached him, all of his clothes and hair were burned away. Oh, he screamed in agony. What are you screaming for? I'll strip you naked later. Bear with it for a while. Chu Yang said with a serious face. Otherwise, if I strip her naked, wouldn't I ruin my idol's reputation? It was too cruel. Thump, thump. When everyone saw Jin Jinghao being roasted like a pig, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Chu Yang. Am I that scary? Chu Yang asked with his eyes wide open. Everyone immediately nodded, then immediately shook their heads. Oh, I see. Chu Yang laughed. I wasn't scary. I'm still so cute. Everyone was at a loss for words. We're going to be so scared that we're going to fall ill. Bang, bang. After Lu Yishu and Xiang Fei were carefully roasted, they were completely stripped naked. Only their skin was slightly dark. Chu Yang shook his head. I'm such a failure. This is too unsightly. Why don't I use my idol's method? He stared at Su Ling. No, I beg you. Su Ling screamed in panic. Her voice was no longer arrogant. Instead, it was pleading. She was so scared that her voice was trembling. She was a woman. If she was stripped naked in front of everyone, she wouldn't be able to live anymore. Tisk, Chu Yang sneered. You're only scared now? Forget it. In order to prevent my mother from finding an excuse to beat me up, I will strip you naked. I can't do such a thing myself. Bang. He threw Su Ling directly at Qian Aoshue's feet and ordered, That woman who pretended to be my idol's woman, go strip this woman who cried when she saw the coffin. Hang her up and dry her. Then, organize a group of women to watch. Qian Aoshue's vision went dark. This was simply an unexpected disaster. She was also secretly angry. She kicked Su Ling hard and whispered, Don't drag me down with you even if you want to die. Don't you know how cruel and immoral this little brat is? The people of the Five Elements sect, Saint Child Chinin, Chao Ju, and the others were stunned when they heard Qian Aoshue, who was as cold as an iceberg, say such words. Chapter 768. That woman, who did you say was cruel and wicked? Chu Yang's ears were very sharp, and he glared at her. Qian Aoshue even wanted to die now. She angrily dragged Su Ling, and left. Then, the kid didn't continue to pursue the matter, which made her feel lucky. After that, she heard the voice and knew who was unlucky in her place. You guys are just here to watch the show. Just now, you doubted and questioned my martial prowess and hurt me deeply. Now, you must make up for your sins. Stay here and watch for 3 days and 3 nights. Whoever dares to leave will have the same ending as them. Chu Yang threatened everyone, but no one dared to make a sound. There's more. Chu Yang opened his mouth again and said, I'll go back to sleep later. When I wake up, I hope that bullshit eldest young master is already kneeling here, begging me to give him a brick and bestow upon him supreme glory. Bang, bang, bang. With that, Chu Yang moved as fast as a ghost and hit the back of Jin Jinghao's and the other two's heads with a brick. Then, he disappeared directly. Everyone present saw that not only were the 3 knocked out, but their heads were also broken. The back of his skull was also smashed open, and blood splattered out. Cruel. He's too cruel. He's too cruel. That's right. I've never seen such a lawless child. The city lord of Sea Demon City may have really hit the nail on the head this time. I think this kid must have an amazing background. Nonsense. If he didn't have an amazing background, why do you think these Sea Demon guards were so polite just now? When the kid humiliated them, they would have already attacked. Unfortunately, they couldn't endure until the end. Also, this kid is also treacherous. He pretended that he couldn't even take a challenge and made them completely misjudge. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. For a moment, no one dared to leave. In the end, they began to talk about the Yin Yang 4 symbols vase that Chu Yang took out and guessed what kind of treasure it was. However, their discussion was interrupted in less than an incense stick's worth of time. All of a sudden, the entire Sea Demon City shook violently. A huge sound came from the west side of the city. Looking from afar, one could clearly see a huge cloud of dust rising into the sky. Ah, Chu Yang, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The sound of an injured wild beast immediately resounded. It was extremely clear. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. At the west side of Sea Demon City, after that person had vented his anger for a while, he calmed down and the crowd immediately became noisy. Chu Yang, could it be that Brick Chu is attacking again? No, Brick Chu is attacking again. Who is the one who will suffer this time? Could it be the Demon Clan? But the Demon Clan was robbed by the Brick Chu, and there were only a few left. There seems to be a young Ape King. Could it be the young Ape King? It shouldn't be the little Ape King. That person was furious, but I didn't sense any demonic aura. Then who could it be? Who knows, but it's definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone was very curious and wanted to inquire about the news. However, when they were about to leave, they saw Jin Jinghao and the other 2 hanging in the air. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. In the end, no one dared to move. Chu Yang's means were too immoral. None of them dared to try. If they left at that time, who knew if Chu Yang, this little brat, would go crazy? If this little brat went crazy, it would be terrible. Chu Yang. No one knew how much time had passed, but the Sea Demon City shook again as if a giant beast was causing trouble. After that, similar situations occurred one after another. Even though the people present were very far away, they could still sense that Siren City was greatly damaged, just like before. Whoosh, whoosh. After the Sea Demon City regained its silence, suddenly, a burst of air-piercing sounds came. Everyone saw a person with a big bump on his head appear in midair. His anger and killing intent filled the sky. The princes of the 4 kingdoms, Dragon God's son and Tiger God's son of the Longhu sect. When Saint Sun Zither saw them, his heart couldn't help but thump. Oh no, I don't know if little brother has returned. If he hasn't, I'm afraid he'll be exposed. Chapter 769. The zither melody saint's words were definitely not baseless. Chu Yang had a notorious record. When he first came to the Five Elements sect, he had knocked out the Five Elements divine son with a brick. Although no one could guarantee that it was Chu Yang, it happened in the Five Elements sect, so it was easy to associate it with Chu Yang. Secondly, Chu Yang was extremely proficient in stealing, sneaking attacks, assassinations, and so on. It could be said that if he was second in the Eastern Wilderness, no one would dare to be first. Thirdly, Hai Shanghai had just sent people to test and provoke them, but Chu Yang immediately acted violently again. This was obviously a response to Hai Shanghai and the others. In fact, the most important thing was a martial artist's intuition. Once a martial artist cultivated to a certain degree, they would be able to sense their own misfortune and fortune. They could even control their own destiny. Their perception of danger was extremely sharp. Even if they didn't know anything, they would still be able to faintly sense it. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the princes of the four countries, the Dragon Tiger Sex Dragon Godchild, Tiger Godchild, Hai Shanghai, and the others could see through it. Qian, come out. The rumbling sound was like the sound of thunder, resounding through the sky. The entire Sea Demon City could hear it clearly. Suddenly, the entire Sea Demon City was alarmed. Immediately, countless figures appeared in the sky and flew over. When the people who were watching the Sea Demon Guard saw this scene, they felt that following the little brat's orders was not without benefits. After all, they were the first to see the group of arrogant geniuses. These proud sons of heaven were basically all very handsome, romantic, masculine, and feminine. Their beauty was not inferior to that of women. Of course, there were also some who were slightly more ordinary. At this moment, they were standing together, but it was a bit funny. Each of them had a big bump on the back of their head, as if they were comparing whose bump was bigger and whose was smaller. The scene was a bit unimaginable, and many people forcibly held back their laughter. After all, they were either the crown prince of a country or the elites of a sect. Every one of them was extremely talented, and they were extremely famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. They were admired and revered by everyone, who would be able to see them with a huge bump on the back of their head, like a blooming flower. It was unknown who laughed first, but it immediately ignited the entire crowd. Then, the entire crowd burst into laughter. The crown princes of the four countries, the divine sons of the Longhu sect, and the Seven Stars sect burst into laughter when they heard this. They immediately felt an uncontrollable sense of shame. Their faces were burning, and they couldn't help but look down coldly. It was as if ice water had been poured over them, and the laughter of the audience came to an abrupt end, as if a fire had been extinguished. In midair, the positions of the four princes directly reflected their relationship. The crown princes of Wei, Wu, Qi, and Han were all birds of a feather. Even though there was a distance between the four of them, they were very close to each other. Long Shensi and Hu Shensi of the Longhu sect stood shoulder to shoulder. They were the closest to each other and had the closest relationship. The six of them were in two small groups. At this moment, they had merged into a large group. Hai Shanghai was also a member of this group. Only a white-clothed, peach-blossom-eyed young man remained. Although his appearance was not inferior to a woman's, he was currently alone in midair. The Seven Stars divine son of the Seven Stars sect. The Seven Stars sect had the Seven Stars saint and the Seven Stars Shensi. They were in a competitive relationship. The strong one was the Shensi, and the weak one was the saint. The Zither Melody Saint looked at the arrangement of these people in midair and roughly understood that the Seven Stars sect's conscience was not completely broken. Chu Yang, you despicable person, come out if you have the guts. The angry roar was like a landslide and a huge rock rolling down. Chapter 770. Qinyin raised her head and looked over coldly. Crown Prince of the Wu Kingdom, right? Let me give you a suggestion. You'd better be more polite when you speak. My little brother has a bad temper. Maybe in the next moment, it won't just be a bump on your head, but your entire head. Am I right? The Crown Prince of the Wu Kingdom jumped in fright as if he'd been cut by a knife. His expression suddenly tightened as he immediately scanned his surroundings. Saint Sun Chinin's words were not exaggerated at all. Chu Yang could assassinate the Soul Devourer clan elder, Elder Qianmo, and the others. Even if the crown prince of the Wu kingdom was more talented, even if he was at the 9th level of the Soul Wheel realm, he was nothing. At this moment, the bump on the back of his head was the best proof. At the same time, the crown princes of the other 3 kingdoms, the 2 divine princes of the Longhu sect, and Hai Shanghai immediately tensed up as if they were facing a great enemy. In the dark, when the hidden people heard Saint Sun Chinin's words, their nerves couldn't help but tighten. Saint Sun Chinin, I didn't mean to kill Brother Chu. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for Brother Chu to do this to me? 7-star divine prince suddenly spoke, causing the faces of the 4 crown princes and the others to turn gloomy as they immediately stared coldly at him. However, 7-star divine prince was not afraid. He only smiled and said, although Brother Chu has helped the 7-star sect, I still need an explanation. Also, please return the 7-star sword formation and the 7-star formation to me. Saint Sun Chinin smiled bitterly and cupped his fists at 7-star divine prince. He said apologetically, 7-star divine prince, my little brother has always been black-bellied. I'm afraid you can only accept this. However, it is still possible for my little brother to spit out the 7-star sword formation and the 7-star formation. It would be extremely difficult to make Chu Yang spit out what he had swallowed. In that case, it is very necessary for me to write a few words on the back of my head. I am innocent. 7-star divine prince also smiled bitterly. 7-star divine prince, it is indeed necessary. Saint Sun Chinin made a rare joke. 7-star divine prince, you. Long Shinsi of the Longhu sect suddenly stared at 7-star Shinsi menacingly. 7-star godson couldn't help but sneer. Does he not know if I don't say it? Where did the bump on the back of your head come from? Even bloodthirsty beasts know this saying, because he is Chu Yang. Don't tell me that you guys don't know. Because he was Chu Yang, there was nothing he couldn't do, and there was nothing he didn't know. The zither melody Saint had also heard such a sentence before. Now that she heard the 7-star divine son say it, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. She was even a little absent-minded. The little brother who used to be very afraid of the burning heaven holy sun was no longer the same as before. Saint Child Zither, right? Hai Shanghai spoke. He had long hair that was the color of the deep sea. His eyes were also dark blue, deep and wide. It was as if there was an ocean in each of his eyes. When he looked at the Saint Child Zither melody, it was as if the water of 2 oceans poured down. The Saint Child Zither melody was fearless and met his gaze calmly. There was a buzzing sound as if something was colliding in the void. Ripples spread out chaotically and only disappeared after a while. After a round of competition, the Saint Child Zither melody pointed at Hai Shanghai. Do you want to die? Hai Shanghai didn't hold back, and the Saint Child Zither melody didn't hold back either. Sparks flew everywhere, and it was extremely oppressive. It could be triggered at any time. The whole place was dead silent, especially the onlookers. They couldn't even breathe. Hai Shanghai's pupils constricted, and he looked very cold. Don't misunderstand. The Saint Child Zither melody sneered. It's not me who wants to kill you. It's my little brother who wants to kill you. I ask you to cherish your time now, or you might not have another chance next time. Chapter 771. Seeing this scene, Chao Ju, the Silver Wolf, and Jean Duoduo couldn't help but be speechless. How can I be so domineering and threaten you directly? Do you want to die? Saint Sun Chinin, huh? Such a contemptuous tone. But do you want to die? This is boundless tyranny. That bastard King Chu had actually reached such a level. The eyes of the 3 immediately lit up. Chu Yang was the Saint Sun Chinin's little brother, but they were also the Saint Sun Chinin's bastard. They could use the Saint Sun Chinin's tiger skin to show off everywhere. We want to invite Chu Yang to come out and meet us. Hiss. The people of Sea Demon City couldn't help but gasp. They were shocked to find that the princes of the 4 countries had spoken in unison. It seemed that none of them had enough weight. And this Chu Yang, who they had never met, had already reached such a level, giving Hai Xinghai and the others so much pressure. You want to meet him? The saint's son, Qinin, smiled. That depends on whether my little brother is happy or not. To be honest, you don't have the qualifications to meet him. After all, you are not in the same level. Your fathers are. The saint's son, Qinin, was full of confidence. He didn't fear the oppressive gazes of the princes of the four countries because this was the truth. Whether it was the Soul Devourer clan or the Thousand Demon sect, no matter how Chu Yang did it, the undeniable fact was that Chu Yang had done it. Such a thing was definitely not something that the princes of the four countries could do. At least their fathers were needed. Therefore, Chu Yang was qualified to be on par with their fathers. Chao Ju, the Silver Wolf, and the other three smacked their lips. They felt that the saint's son Qinin was too awesome. The three of them could have done this, especially Chao Ju. After hearing the saint's son Qinin's words, Qian Aoshue's mind churned. It was as if she had bumped into a blind spot. She suddenly realized that Chu Yang was already so amazing. Do you mean to say that Chu Yang is unwilling to come out and meet me? Don't you understand what I said? It's not that he doesn't want to come out. I'm afraid that Chu Yang isn't even here. It wasn't there in the first place. It was never there. Where did it come from? The exchange of words between the saint child and the princes of the four kingdoms was extremely sharp. The princes of the four kingdoms couldn't gain the slightest advantage and were even ridiculed by the saint child. Their faces were even darker, as if they could fly into a rage at any moment. This caused the onlookers to be extremely shocked. They felt that a huge storm was about to erupt. However, when they looked at Saint Zither, he was extremely calm. That calmness made them wonder if the crown princes of the four countries were not covered in dark clouds at all. Instead, they were smiling like flowers. Chu Yang isn't here, but that little brat should be. Hai Xinghai's change of method made Saint Sun Zither's heart skip a beat. He really didn't know whether Chu Yang had rushed back or not. If Chu Yang was somewhere and counting the spoils of war, then he would be completely exposed. If you want to see the little young master, I'm afraid you are even less qualified. Saint Sun Zither was still calm. His tone was even more overbearing and arrogant. Also, I'll give you another suggestion. When it comes to the little young master, you better keep your mouth shut. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Humph. That little brat isn't even here, right? Get him to come out and see me immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Facing their faint threats, Saint Sun Zither laughed. Do you think I can order the little young master around? If you want to see him, you can go in yourself. Also, Saint Sun Zither laughed again. Remember, don't say that I'm tricking you. If your parents look into it, I hope that you can explain it clearly. I've already done my duty to warn you. Umph. You don't have to worry. Swish. Swish. Chapter 772. Saint Child Qinin and that bastard Chu. What are they trying to do? Don't make a mistake. Chao Ju and the other two couldn't help but worry. Whoosh. However, just as the four princes and Hai Xinghai entered, a small figure shot out and appeared beside the Saint Child Qinin. Ah! She covered her mouth with her fair hands and yawned. Then, she stretched and said in dissatisfaction, "Why is it so noisy outside? Can't you let me sleep?" The onlookers were immediately dumbfounded. Who else could this small figure be if it wasn't that rotten brat? Whoosh, whoosh. The princes of the four countries brushed past Chu Yang halfway. They immediately returned and stood proudly in the air. Their gazes were as sharp as swords as they looked at Chu Yang. It seemed as if they wanted to see through Chu Yang from the inside out. Buzz! Hai Xinghai suddenly took out a mirror. The mirror trembled and a beam of light shone on Chu Yang's body. You think I'm a monster? That demon-revealing mirror is shining on me. Chu Yang was furious. He jumped up 3 feet high and said angrily, "Bastard, you're the monsters. Your whole family is monsters." Everyone's expression became strange. He was indeed a child. Was there need to react so violently after being shown on by the mirror? Hai Xinghai frowned. He was surprised by the result of the mirror. The brat in front of him was really only 7 or 8 years old. The four princes, Dragon God's son and Tiger God's son of the Longhu sect, were also shocked. "You bastard, I'm scolding you. Why are you acting so profound? Can't you give me a reaction? Otherwise, it would seem that I'm not good at scolding people." Chu Yang stomped his feet and scolded again. "Cruel little nephew. They want to see if you're the bastard Chu." Bang! Just as Jean Duo opened his mouth, a brick hit the back of his head. Tisk! Chu Yang glared at Jean Duo with his beautiful big eyes and angrily rebuked. "You little thing, who is your little nephew?" It was a slip of the tongue. Jean Duo held his head and immediately declared, "That's more like it." Chu Yang was satisfied. Then he rubbed his chin with a small hand. "You think that I'm my idol. This should be a merit and not a fault, right?" He beamed with joy and looked at Hai Shanghai and the others. "You guys really have good taste, especially that thing with the mirror. I give you a thumbs up." Chu Yang gave Hai Shanghai a thumbs up, his little face smiling like a flower. "You're the brat who humiliated my little brother." Hai Shanghai's dark blue eyes looked down from the sky, shooting out 2 dark blue rays of light. "Oh my, your eyes can even shine." Chu Yang used the yin yang 4 symbols vase to get rid of it. He screamed and dodged. Then he remembered something and suddenly became angry. "That's not right. Why should I dodge? Wouldn't this affect my righteous image?" His little finger immediately poked at Hai Shanghai and scolded. "Also, I hashtag dollar hashtag dollar hashtag. That thing. Who did you call a brat just now? You better explain clearly, or else I'll beat all your teeth out." He didn't stop. "Also, don't think that you can be arrogant just because I praised you just now. Let's not talk about other things. Only I can be arrogant here. You better immediately correct yourself, or else I'll make you regret it." Rumble. Hai Shanghai didn't answer. Instead, he directly punched down towards Chu Yang from midair. Instantly, the spirit chi surged, and in an instant, the ocean waves surged. The scene of a huge wave that reached the sky appeared and turned into a huge white shark. It formed a group of white sharks and pounced down. Chapter 773. The white sharks were like an army of millions charging forward, while the sea snakes were like assassins trying to take the head of the enemy's general. One righteous and one strange, one yin and one yang. The moment Hai Shanghai attacked, it contained a righteous and strange yin and yang. It was extremely shocking. The vigorous attack covered an extremely wide area and sealed off all of Chu Yang's escape routes. There was no way to dodge, and there was no way to dodge. The strength of a 9th-level soul reincarnation realm expert was completely displayed. "That's what I'm thinking." Chu Yang's eyes gleamed. Everyone's battle style would more or less have their own unique characteristics. Naturally, he had his own. If he was in a battle with Hai Shanghai, he would definitely use his most powerful moves. At that time, his identity would be completely exposed. I can't use the 3rd revolution of the Chi Soul. I can't use the 3rd revolution of the Origin Martial. Body cultivation was one of Chu Yang's most obvious characteristics. I can't use the 7 Annihilation Sword. I can't use the 9 Dragon's Bell. I can't use the Heavenly Rock Feather either. Chu Yang realized that he had no way of blocking such an attack. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Roar! Chu Yang opened his mouth and roared. Lion's roar. All of a sudden, he seemed to have transformed into a majestic lion. His roar shook the sky, covering the sound of the raging waves. A huge sound wave rushed out, forming visible shock waves in the air, rushing towards the group of white sharks and sea snakes. Bang, bang, bang. Many white sharks and sea snakes exploded, but there were still many huge white sharks and swimming sea snakes behind them. They covered the sky and the sun as they rushed over. The lion's roar contains the intent of intimidation. It can disperse the will of Hai Shanghai among the white sharks and sea snakes. However, on top of that, there's still a limit to its power. The attack of a 9th-level soul circulation realm expert is indeed terrifying. Chu Yang thought in his heart, but he cursed out loud, "You bastard. You think you can scare me with your cultivation? I'll use my treasure to bully you." He immediately took out the yin-yang four symbols bottle. As the yin-yang four symbols bottle buzzed, it instantly released its domain. Like a bottomless abyss, it swallowed all the white sharks, sea snakes, and seawater. Hai Xinghai's attack was instantly nullified. The void immediately calmed down. What kind of treasure is that? Whoosh! Whoosh! It was not only Hai Xinghai. The four princes and the others all looked at the yin-yang four symbols vase, but they could not see it clearly. Buzz! Hai Xinghai also released his own domain. When the two domains collided, it was as if two huge millstones were grinding against each other. It was as if two giants were wrestling. Their domains were equally matched. What? Hai Xinghai's eyes widened in shock. Hai Xinghai's domain was also a ninefold domain. However, Hai Xinghai was not an artifact. Yet, his domain was blocked. Buzz! 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 Without any warning, the four princes and Dragon Shensi and Tiger Shensi of Alonghu sect also released their own domains. It was as if six giants had jumped out from the void and smashed towards Chu Yang's domain. Preemptive strike. They want to kill me. Chu Yang could clearly feel their killing intent. It did not matter if he was Chu Yang or not. If it was Chu Yang, it would be even more so. Otherwise, if Chu Yang were to explode, Hai Xinghai and the others would probably be killed by Chu Yang. They attacked first and trapped Chu Yang. Chu Yang would not have a chance. This is bad. The Saint Child's eyelids twitched, but he did not attack. If he attacked, he and Chu Yang were only two people. They would definitely not be a match for him. Chapter 774. Rumble. Everything there soon collapsed and was completely razed to the ground. Huge ripples spread out in the void and strong winds blew. Damn it, these seven things are all trash. They can't even see through the concealment of spirit chi. Can't they see that this is the yin-yang for symbols vase? These seven trash can't see through it, but can't those old monsters hiding in the dark recognize it? Hai Xinghai and the others alone couldn't kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang could use the Origin Martial Third Transformation, Chi Soul Third Transformation, Golden Origin, Heavenly Rock Wings, 7 Kill Sword, 9 Dragon Bell, and so on to tear open a hole and escape. The other party naturally thought of this and hit a few old monsters in the dark. They were waiting to confirm Chu Yang's identity and kill him in one blow. Chu Yang understood all of this. He originally thought that the other party would recognize the yin-yang four symbols vase. Then, he could use the Gongsun clan to do whatever he wanted. But who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Indeed, one careless move and the whole game would be lost. Chu Yang, you will definitely die this time. No one can save you. Hai Xinghai sneered. You think your disguise is very clever? What a joke. The Crown Prince of Wei Kingdom also said coldly, so what if you're not Chu Yang? You will still die. I don't care who you are. In this eastern wilderness, you're nothing. We are the masters of this place. Chu Yang, I will return the humiliation that you have given us in full. I will make you beg for death. The seven people were full of killing intent and mocking. At the same time, they were also secretly observing Saint Child Zither Melody's reaction. Seeing that Saint Child Zither Melody was not anxious at all and had no intention of attacking, they couldn't help but be suspicious. Do you think I am a vegetarian? The domain formed by the yin-yang four symbols vase had long been distorted, and the vase was even about to crack. The pressure was finally transmitted to Chu Yang's body. His entire body was being squeezed, and his delicate little face was already deformed. He felt as if he was in the deep sea, being squeezed by endless pressure from all directions. His internal organs were in intense pain, as if they were about to explode. In the face of danger, Chu Yang did not panic. He even missed the feeling of being oppressed like this and being on the verge of death. He had not felt this kind of pressure for a long time. Recently, he had been talking nonsense, and his cultivation had stagnated. At this moment, this kind of pressure reappeared, and everything was finally starting again. The genius martial spirit, the universal manifestation apparatus, and himself. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. However, before he was satisfied, he found a way to deal with it. A bunch of trash. He was dissatisfied and disdainful. Under the cover of the dense spiritual energy, he put the reincarnation gourd into the yin-yang four symbols vase. The four symbols vase of yin and yang absorbed the body, and the reincarnation gourd absorbed the soul. One was like a human's body, and the other was like a human soul. When the two merged, it would be like the fusion of the soul and flesh. It would definitely produce a great change. Rumble. Sure enough, the moment the reincarnation gourd entered the four symbols vase of yin and yang, the two merged into one and burst out with a great power. Then, a change occurred. One. The space around the four symbols vase of yin and yang seemed to have collapsed. The worldly essence qi in all directions was swallowed, and it suddenly expanded to the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the vase was dark, and a huge whirlpool appeared, swallowing all the light. On the body of the vase, the dragon-shaped curve that divided the black and white qi on all sides transformed into a 100-feet-long dragon and coiled around it. The black and white qi continued to surge out from it. With the four symbols vase as the center, it formed a huge yin-yang diagram and set up a huge array. After that, yin and yang gave birth to the four symbols. The yin-yang diagram changed again, forming the four symbols great array. Immediately, the phantoms of the azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and vermilion bird appeared. They guarded the four directions and resisted the pressure of the seven domains. At this moment, the four symbols vase of yin and yang emitted an aura that was completely different from before. It was as if the entire world was its domain for the four symbols vase of yin and yang. A spirit realm artifact. A spirit realm artifact suddenly increased to a spirit realm artifact? How is this possible? This, Hai Shanghai and the other six couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Chapter 775. The Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase. The Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase of the Gongsun family in the East Continent. It was as if someone had discovered a great terror. A terrifying and old voice suddenly sounded. Then, a bald, old man who had been hiding in the void appeared. His eyes were like those of a dead man. He looked at the Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase, and his eyes had turned white. In addition to the bald old man, there were 7 or 8 other old men in the void. All of them had a horrified expression on their faces. It was as if they suddenly realized that they were standing in front of a ferocious tiger's mouth. Yin and Yang for symbols. This should be the Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase of the Gongsun family in the East Continent. This is a replica of the Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase. I heard that the Gongsun family owns replicas of the Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase, and all of them are direct descendants of the Gongsun family. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Four Symbols Vase revealed its true appearance. Many people in the Sea Demon City were shocked. The Eastern Wilderness was not isolated from the East Continent. Chu Yang's elder brother, Chu Fei, had been to the East Continent. Of course, Chu Fei was not the only one who had been to the East Continent. This was one of the reasons why Chu Yang had carried out his plan. The Gongsun family of the East Continent was a direct descendant. When Hai Shanghai, the princes of the 4 countries, and the 2 divine princes of the Longhu sect heard this, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their skin and flesh were split open, their bones were broken, and their tendons were broken. They were as black as charcoal, and their divine souls were completely destroyed by the lightning. At this moment, the 7 of them were all trembling. Even the domains they released were trembling. What did they do just now? No matter whether the kid in front of them was Chu Yang or not, or what his identity was, he would definitely die because they were the masters of the Eastern Wilderness. Recalling their previous clamor, killing intent, and sarcasm, the 7 of them trembled even more violently. They actually wanted to kill a direct descendant of the Gongsun family. They even sneered and were high and mighty, and they even announced to the direct descendant of the Gongsun family that they were the masters. The 7 of them really wished they could take back all the urine they had spilled and eat all the feces they had pooped. However, even if they were willing, they wouldn't have the chance to do so. Humph! Do you think that you are some kind of formidable foe? Before the Gongsun clan, all of you are nothing but spineless cowards. Chu Yang despised the Gongsun family in his heart, but from the reactions of the 7 people, he also deeply felt the power of the Gongsun family. It was absolutely famous in the East Continent. He couldn't help but feel a huge pressure in his heart. At this moment, he finally understood why the Zithertune Saint Child was always so worried. Young Master Gongsun, we were blind. Please forgive us. The bald old man had already knelt down in front of Chu Yang in the void. Young Master Gongsun. Chu Yang's delicate face tightened for the first time. The pupils in his big, pure eyes seemed to be vertical. Gongsun Long is just a dog in front of me. I asked him to meow like a cat, but he didn't dare to meow like a dog. The Gongsun family is just a piece of shit. The compound surname Gongsun is just a lowly surname. He stared at the bald, old man coldly. How dare you put the lowly surname Gongsun on my head? I will kill your entire family. Gongsun Long. The Gongsun family is just a piece of shit. Gongsun is just a lowly surname. As Chu Yang dragged out his voice, the bald old man, all the other old men, as well as Hai Shanghai and the others, suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 776. This series of situations was just like Hai Shanghai and the others. They had just confirmed that Chu Yang was an evil ghost, and they were scared half to death. However, they were shocked to find that Chu Yang was actually an even more terrifying demon than an evil ghost. He was even an ultimate evil existence. The panic and fear in their hearts were indescribable. They were so scared that they almost fainted. Hearing Chu Yang's childish voice, the Saint Child's eyelids twitched. What a boastful boast. The sky is about to be broken. Not to mention Hai Shanghai and the others. Even he was scared half to death by Chu Yang. He felt that if Chu Yang was given a cat's fur, he could pretend to be a tiger. If he was given a bug, he could pretend to be a dragon. If he was given a bit of sunlight, he could even make a sun. If he was given a bamboo stick, he could even stab the heavens down. The Saint Child was scared out of his wits. Hai Shanghai and the others were not scared out of their wits, but he was. Then, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Gongsun is a lowly surname. Even my little brother is scolding me as well. Since it was a lowly surname, he naturally had to change it. The Saint Child decided to change his surname. From now on, he would follow his mother's surname. As for Chao Ju, Jean Duo, and the Silver Wolf, they felt that he was very powerful. For the first time, they were sure that this brat was not Chu Yang's son, not their cruel little nephew. Little young master, the ignorant are innocent. The bald old man opened his mouth. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Chu Yang's furious voice. The ignorant are not guilty. Fine, I admit it. However, he turned around and said coldly, I'm innocent too. If I kill you like chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and dogs, I won't be guilty. After all, I didn't know you were human. Don't you think so? Little young master, we'll apologize to you. We'll apologize to you. All the old men knelt down. If apologies are useful, then what's the use of fists? Chu Yang clenched his small fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Little young master, please spare us. If begging is useful, why do we need knives? Young master my ass. Chu Yang poked Hai Shanghai and the others with his little finger. Look, is this how you apologize to me and beg for mercy? It's just 7 or 8 chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. How dare they stand there and watch the show? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with them. Am I right? When the few elders heard this, they raised their eyes and saw Hai Shanghai's group of 7 standing there like wooden poles. Their eyes couldn't help but darken, and they almost fainted. Now, is it the time for you to be noble and put on airs? All of you are nothing in front of this young master. The few old men felt that they had truly angered Chu Yang. If they were in Chu Yang's shoes, they probably wouldn't have let them off either. With a plop, Hai Shanghai and the others, because of their pride, even though they saw the bald old man and the others kneel down, they still did not kneel down. However, at this moment, they could not hold on any longer and all knelt down. Little young master, please spare our lives. We were blind and offended, little young master. We deserve to die. Deserve to die? Do you really think so? Chu Yang suddenly said darkly. Do you really think I'm stupid? Let me tell you today, all of you will die. Whatever country or sect you are from, they will all be razed to the ground. Among Hai Shanghai and the others, because of the humiliation, there were people who immediately showed a fierce expression. It was as if they were about to lose their guts. Yes, this is the reaction I wanted. Chapter 777. Young Master, we don't have that intention. The bald old man quickly extinguished the fire. Young Master, punish them as you wish. If they don't agree, I will kill them for Young Master. I won't let Young Master dirty his hands. This bald old man really want to kill now. You guys still want to have dirty thoughts. So what if you kill the Young Master in front of you? You will only die more miserably, and the consequences will be more serious. Not only this old man, the other old men were also very angry. Hai Shanghai and the other 6 were used to being noble in the eastern wilderness. They could understand that they couldn't lower their voices. But what they couldn't understand was, are these 7 really stupid? Don't they know that this young master in front of them has nothing to fear? They immediately followed behind the bald old man and joined together, fearing that they would fall behind by even half a step. Young master, spare us. We don't have any intention of being disrespectful, and we don't dare to harm you. Hai Shanghai and the other 6 kowtowed again and again, begging for mercy. Hee. Chu Yang let out a strange chuckle. Very interesting. But I must force you guys into a corner today, like a cornered dog jumping over a wall and a rabbit biting a person. I will force you to kill me. What do you think? This idea is not bad, right? Young master, please forgive us. Young master, spare us. Begging for mercy was everywhere. Chu Yang's smiling face suddenly changed. Suddenly, he roared, why don't you jump? Why don't you come and kill me? Come, I want to see who will be the coward today, and who will die here. We offended young master. We deserve to die. The bald old man and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Chu Yang's anger was much cuter than his strange laughter. They also felt that there was still a chance to redeem themselves. They begged for mercy and lowered their attitude to the lowest. All of you are a bunch of cowards, a bunch of spineless things, especially you guys. Chu Yang continued his performance. He pointed his little finger at Hai Shanghai and the other 6 again and continued to humiliate them. You have the nerve to say that. What kind of geniuses are you? I think you're all just bullshit. You don't even care about your dignity. You're all lowly. I look down on you guys even more now. Who do you think you are? However, no matter how he humiliated them, Hai Shanghai and the others kept on begging for mercy. Everyone who saw this was in an uproar, and they were extremely shocked. As for the 3 sea demon guards who were originally hung up, it seemed that just knocking them unconscious, stripping them naked, and hanging them up to dry was already a light punishment. Now, their masters had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. Chu Yang scolded them for a while. His mouth was dry, and he finally made a judgment. I can tell you that you will die without a doubt. The crime of killing me is a small one, but the 2 crimes are more serious. I will not spare you. Firstly, I've always been the one to gang up on others. This is the first time since I was born that I've been beaten up by a group of people. It's a great humiliation that I'll never be able to wash away. Secondly, this young master finally found a place to play and ran over to this corner. Just when I was having fun, you actually forced this young master to reveal his identity. As he spoke, he seemed to be enraged. Then, he flew into a rage again. Now, tell me, what do you want to play? What do you want to play? Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang vented his anger. He punched and kicked these old men, as well as Hai Shanghai and the others, and they were all sent flying. However, they did not dare to complain. After they were sent flying, they immediately came back and knelt on the ground, allowing Chu Yang to punch and kick them again. As for their feelings, there was no way to know. After a few times, Chu Yang seemed to have vented his anger. He made a final judgment. Old things, You've repented well. You can escape a little. Although you've repented well, your sins are unforgivable. I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Now, I'll ask you to commit suicide. How could he let Hai Hai and the others commit suicide? If he forced them into a corner, they would really be driven to desperation. St. Child Zither's heart skipped a beat. Little brother, this is too risky. However, there was no other way. Shu Yang's acting was too big. It was a bit difficult to get off the tiger. If he did not do this, Hai Hai and the others would be suspicious. However, if he did this, it would be too risky. It would be easy to collapse. Now, the key is how Hai Hai and the others will deal with it. Chapter 778. When Chu Yang ordered Hai Hai and the others to commit suicide, the zither melody Saint Child's heartstrings were completely taut. However, the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. Hai Hai and the others were not good enough, but the elders were good enough to deal with a playboy like Chu Yang, a devil incarnate. Chu Yang was such a scoundrel and a bastard. He could only appease him. Little young master, they are indeed the evilest. However, letting them commit suicide is letting them off too easily. Why don't we let the 7 of them work hard and find a place for little young master to play? The bald elder was a perfect combination of a dog-headed strategist and a lackey. He flattered and invisibly flattered Chu Yang, flattering Chu Yang. A place to play? Where else can I play? Chu Yang went with the flow. His pure eyes shone with joy. I can still find other places to play. I am not well educated. You better not lie to me. How would this servant dare? The bald elder laughed. Little young master, do you know Emperor Island? Emperor Island? Chu Yang glared at him and said, You old thing, are you looking down on me? How can I not know where my idol is going? This servant has sinned. The bald elder knelt down and apologized skillfully. Then, he said, Emperor Island can be considered a place to play. The monsters trapped there definitely don't know little young master's identity. Little young master should be able to play for a while. At that time, when little young master comes out of Emperor Island, they will definitely give little young master a satisfactory answer. The delaying tactic was to get through this first. After a while, Chu Yang's anger would subside, and it would be easier to deal with them. Haha, as expected of an old thing. You are so thoughtful. Chu Yang patted the bald elder's head and laughed. Out of the 2 sins, only one is gone. They still have to die for the other. It has always been me ganging up on others. I have never been ganged up on by others before. Hai Hai and the others were criminals. This made the bald old man's mouth twitch. Only a little demon king like Chu Yang would say that this was a crime, and a serious one at that. Young master, this is an extremely heinous crime. At the very least, they should be torn apart and hacked into pieces. Allowing them to commit suicide is simply letting them off too lightly. When Chu Yang heard this, he thought to himself, You old thing, you really are an expert in dealing with the little demon king. That's right. This is indeed my kindness to them. Otherwise, why would I let them off so easily? The bald old man followed up and said, Young master is right. Killing them 1,000 or 10,000 times is not enough to vent our hatred. That's why this servant thinks that we must make them beg for death. Old thing, do you have any good suggestions? Young master, what do you think about finding a group of people every day like O-kun and the others? Huh? Chu Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Not bad, not bad. This is indeed a good idea. Then, he looked at Hai Hai and the others. Little things, you ganged up on me once, so I will gang up on you 10,000 times. To Hai Hai and the others, this was a great humiliation. However, they could only shout in unison, Thank you, young master, for your mercy. Ha! Chu Yang laughed heartily as he walked over. He gave each of them a slap with his small hand and lectured them. You playthings, I'll spare your lowly lives. But you better remember, you better find a place where I can play, otherwise, rumble. While Chu Yang was lecturing Hai Hai and the others, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the demon territory. The sky and the earth were turned upside down. Even in the sea demon city, One could clearly see smoke and dust rising to the sky. Light flashed, and even the entire sea demon city shook slightly. Chapter 779. Chu Yang stomped his feet and cursed loudly, but the loud noise was even more intense. Screech! In the direction of the monster territory, a loud rock cry suddenly rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth. When the sound came from afar, everyone could clearly hear it. When everyone looked up, they saw a great winged golden rock that was almost a few hundred feet in size soaring into the sky. It spread its wings and soared into the sky like a rising golden sun. Then this huge big-winged gold rock bird swooped down. Immediately, a loud rumble shook the heavens again, and the sea demon city trembled even more intensely. Roar! A huge nine-headed lion that was like a mountain suddenly appeared behind the big-winged gold rock bird. The 9 lion heads roared in unison, and the roar shook the 9 heavens. Whoosh whoosh! Even though they were far away and couldn't see the sound waves from the 9-headed lion's roar from the direction of the monster territory, a hurricane swept over. When it reached the sea demon city, the wind was still strong, and the sound waves were loud. Then, another white tiger the size of a mountain appeared. From it, a stream of blood rushed into the 9 heavens. There was a blood river that coiled around its body like a huge dragon. Its murderous aura soared into the sky and filled the surroundings. In addition, a giant ape appeared in a frenzy. A giant also appeared. A 9-tailed fox with several tails swept across like a big broom, flattening the mountains. The Rock King, the Lion King, the Tiger King, the Ape King, the Three-Eyed King, the Fox King, and the other kings of the monster territory all appeared. The sea demon city was shaken, and it was noisy. At Chu Yang's side, whether it was the bald old man, Hai Shanghai, the princes of the 4 kingdoms, the 2 divine sons of the Longhu sect, the 7-star divine son, the Saint Child of Guqin Sound, and so on, everyone looked over and paid attention to the situation there. At the same time, it was also noisy. What happened in the monster territory? How did it trigger such an earth-shattering battle? Almost all the kings of the demon region have appeared one by one. Who has the strength to anger them? Could it be that the 4 kingdoms and 4 sects? No, the 4 kingdoms and 3 sects, after destroying the Soul Devourer clan, intend to destroy the Monster clan before the Emperor Island opens. That's possible. The 4 kingdoms and 3 sects don't want the monster territory on Emperor Island. Chu Yang naturally wanted to know the situation there as well. In addition, he already had a guess in his heart. Perhaps the news he sent out had been verified. The 4 countries and 3 sects could no longer hold back and attack the demon clan. Hai Wuya, you have half the blood of the beast race in you. Do you want to go against me as well? An angry voice suddenly came from the direction of the demon realm. Gold Rock King, it's not that I want to go against you, but what you've done is intolerable. Stealing the Eastern Wilderness's origin is something I, Hai Wuya, be it human or beast, will never allow you to do. The 4 nations and 3 sects have destroyed the demon region. Hai Wuya, the next one will be your sea demon city. This was Hai Wuya's voice. Gold Rock King, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You stole the Eastern Wilderness's source. And if the Eastern Wilderness's source is exhausted, this land will sink. What about my sea demon city? That's right. Another voice rumbled. Stealing the Eastern Wilderness's source is insane. No one in the Eastern Wilderness will tolerate you. Back then, the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was merciful and didn't exterminate the monster clan, sparing some of you. If the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness knew that you would be so insane in the future, the monster clan would have been exterminated long ago. Gold Rock King, Lion Demon King, White Tiger King, you'd better hand over the desolate egg and desolate demon prince. Otherwise, today is just the beginning. The entire Eastern Wilderness will come to suppress you. Don't even think about it. Emperor Wei, rumble. Chapter 780. The demon race was actually stealing the source of the eastern wilderness. Everyone's discussion became even more intense. Soon, they were filled with righteous indignation. Everyone wanted to kill, everyone wanted to beat. After all, the eastern wilderness was the foundation of everyone's survival. How could they allow the demon race to destroy it? The fierce battle and shocking scene only lasted for a short period of time. Then, it strangely calmed down. Many people were surprised. Such a battle couldn't have ended so quickly. Chuyang didn't know what was going on in the demon realm. However, he was enraged again. Bastards. Just now, those kings interrupted me when I was lecturing. My young heart was hurt. The moment Chuyang opened his mouth, it was very dazzling and pulled everyone's attention back to him. Then, they were left speechless. Where did you get this young heart from? You're just a little devil's heart. This old thing. Chuyang ordered the bald, old man. Pass my words to those kings. Tell them to apologize to me immediately and comfort my injured young heart. Otherwise, I'll slaughter them all. With these words, Hai Shanghai, the four princes, and the others no longer doubted Chuyang's identity. If they didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, how could they dare to be so arrogant in front of the monster kings and their fathers? The bald old man hesitated. He felt that if he went, he would be slapped to death. Why aren't you going? Chuyang glared at him. Why don't I ring your dog head off first, and then send someone else? Yes. Little lord, I'll go immediately. The bald old man didn't dare to resist anymore. He made up his mind. After clearly stating Chuyang's identity, he would pass on Chuyang's order. Whoosh! He broke through the air and disappeared in an instant. Then, everyone realized that this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. The little lord, who was angry at the heavens and earth, was angry at them. Are you all blind? Are you all deaf? Are you guys stupid? Chuyang roared repeatedly before finally revealing the reason for his anger. Why isn't anyone clapping? Could it be that this young master's appearance just now wasn't awe-inspiring, wasn't handsome, and couldn't compare to my idol? Clap my ass. You almost scare me to death. Also, where are your exclamations, your shock, and your discussions? This brat is going crazy again. Everyone was at a loss for words. They had been insulted to the point where they didn't have the slightest temper. The more Chuyang spoke, the more dissatisfied he became. He further criticized the crowd. When my idol did something, you were all shocked for a long time. You were all talking about it nonstop. Why didn't I receive the same treatment? You little bastard, is this really the reason for your sudden outburst? Everyone began to feel uneasy. Now, I seriously suspect that you guys are discriminating against me just because my idol is from the eastern wilderness and I'm not from the eastern wilderness. Chuyang rolled up his sleeves. This young master is angry. This young master is going to go crazy. I'm going to strip all of you naked and hang you up to dry. Hearing this, the burning heaven holy sun began to sweat. Chuyang really knew how to cause trouble. He made things big again and again. Not to mention the 4 countries, 3 sects, and the kings of the demon region. Chuyang didn't even let go of those who were watching the show. Bang! Chuyang sent Hai Shanghai flying with a kick. Then, he angrily scolded. Are you all blocks of wood? Why are you still standing there? There are so many chickens and ducks. Hurry up and hit them with a brick. Then, strip them all naked and hang them up to dry. Can't you see? So this is what you want us to do. The princes of the 4 countries were in a mess. There were so many people below. How long would it take to strip them all naked? However, how could they not listen to the orders of this devil incarnate? If they didn't listen, they would probably be the first to be knocked unconscious, stripped naked, and hung up to dry. Damn Chuyang, I will definitely tear you to pieces. They blamed all of their humiliation, hatred, anger, and guilt on Chuyang. If it wasn't for Chuyang, how could they have met this devil incarnate and fallen into this pit? When they saw the vast crowd, their vision couldn't help but turn black. Chapter 781. It was a crime to watch the show. When the people of Sea Demon City heard that they were going to be stripped naked, they really panicked this time. They let out all kinds of terrified cries and discussions, as if their eyebrows were on fire. Oh my God, what did I just see? Our Sea Demon City's peerless genius, Hai Shanghai, actually knelt down. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. The princes of the four countries and the divine son of the Longhu sect all knelt down. This young master is really amazing. He's more than amazing. You've seen a group of geniuses kneel down at the same time, but I've never seen it before. Not only that, the princes of the four countries, the Longhu sect, and the Sea Demon City all let him beat them up, and they didn't even dare to fart. If it was before, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. They're so amazing in front of us, but in front of that brat, no, in front of that young master, they're not even farts. They're worse than dogs. I think they've hit the nail on the head this time. Let me ask them if it hurts. Hai Shanghai, the princes of the four countries, and the two divine sons of the Longhu sect all had black lines on their faces. At this moment, they didn't feel tired at all, nor did they feel that there were too many people. They really wanted to strip these people naked and hang them up to dry. For a moment, it was noisy and chaotic, but Chu Yang was very dissatisfied. He immediately shouted, "What are my nicknames? My idols are Brick Chu, Stripper Chu, and so on. There's so many nicknames. Why don't I have one?" He looked disgusted. "I don't know what to say to you guys. You've really disappointed me." After a moment of silence, the people of Sea Demon City couldn't help but grit their teeth. They really wanted to fight this little brat. Was it easy for them? They were already working hard to satisfy this little brat. In front of Hai Shanghai and the others, he poked at their sore spots and ugly faces. Didn't he see that the 7 of them looked like they were going to eat him? Don't feel wronged. You're just stupid. The people of Sea Demon City grit their teeth even more. You're still not convinced? Chiang placed his hands on his hips and said, "Then let me teach you guys a lesson. For example, brick number 2, a magical vehicle in the eastern wilderness. It has great abilities and boundless magical power. Brick number 2, boundless magical power, immortal blessings, longevity equal to the heavens. Brick number 2 will live on for thousands of years." He knocked the eastern wilderness unconscious with a brick. Live on for thousands of years, his name will go down in history. Brick number 2, do as I please, the world is mine. Chu Yang's sudden speech caused everyone to laugh out loud. This was too difficult, wasn't it? In addition to flattering and fawning, they also had to spout nonsense. They even had to be frivolous and frivolous. They had to be shameless to the extreme. Their shamelessness was beyond imagination. However, complaining was useless. They could only hope that the little demon king would not raise the difficulty level. Brick number 2, riding in the eastern wilderness, has great magical powers and boundless magical powers. Brick number 2, boundless magical power, immortal blessings, longevity equal to the heavens. Brick number 2 will live on for thousands of years. He knocked the eastern wilderness unconscious with a brick. Live on for thousands of years, his name will go down in history. Everyone cheered in unison. Hai Shanghai and the rest of the 7 were no exception. 7-Star God was no exception, and the people of the 5 Elements sect were no exception. No one wanted to be used as an example by this little demon king, stripped naked and hung up to dry. The Heart Melody Saint could only follow behind and cheer with him. He could only surrender to this little brat. Chapter 782. Brick number 2, riding in the eastern wilderness. You have great powers and boundless magic power. Suddenly, a shameless voice came from afar. Before the person arrived, the voice had already traveled over. Everyone was shocked. When they looked over, they saw a dazzling golden light. A big-winged gold rock bird spread its wings and flew over from the direction of the demon realm. Behind the big-winged gold rock bird was a 9-headed lion and a winged white tiger. Brick number 2, boundless magic power. You will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Brick number 2, long live. You knocked out the eastern wilderness with a brick. You will live forever and leave your name in history. As the big-winged gold rock bird and the others got closer, Their flattering voices became louder and louder. Everyone was afraid that they would be outdone by the big-winged golden roc and the other two. They were afraid that this little devil would find their weakness, so they immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, completely drowning out the voices of the big-winged golden roc and the other two. Bang! As soon as the three big-winged gold rock birds landed, they quickly turned into human forms. They were the little gold rock king, King Jiuling, and winged tiger king. They were the supreme prodigies of the younger generation of the demon clan. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The prodigies of the demon clan had improved so quickly. They hadn't been baptized yet, but they had already completely understood the instructions and spirit of the little devil. Young master, riding in the eastern wilderness, boundless magic power. Young master, boundless magic power. You will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Long live the young master. He knocked the eastern wilderness unconscious with a brick. Long live the young master's name. The little gold rock king Sanson immediately knelt down and bowed to Chu Yang. They didn't look like ferocious monsters anymore. They were simply three shameless dogs. Young master, my father didn't know you were coming. He offended you just now. He deserves to die. As the little gold rock king spoke, the nine-spirit king and the winged tiger king walked out from behind him. There was a square crystal in King Jiuling's hand. Within it was a misty and primal chaos. As the misty energy rose, it seemed to faintly form a continent. The winged tiger king, on the other hand, was hugging a large jade-colored egg that was as tall as a person. An intense and vigorous aura of life emanated from within it. Young master, the little gold rock king pointed at the square-shaped crystal and said, "This crystal contains the origin of the eastern wilderness continent. The origin inside can generally form a small continent. It could form a small continent." Chu Yang was shocked. Just how much of the eastern wilderness's source energy is this? No wonder the four nations and three sects immediately took action. Young master, the little gold rock king spoke again. This egg is a desolate demon egg left behind by our former demon king. This time, we didn't know that young master was coming and offended young master. We know that we are guilty of 1,000 deaths. In our panic and bewilderment, we can only ask for young master's forgiveness with these two trivial things. If young master can calm down a little, we will be satisfied. The little gold rock king, King Jiuling, and the winged tiger king knelt down again and shouted, "Young master, you are a divine being in the eastern wilderness. You are powerful and boundless. Young master's magic power is boundless. You will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Young master, you will live for thousands of years. You will knock the eastern wilderness unconscious with a brick. You will live for thousands of years and leave your name in history." Amidst the loud cheers, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. So much eastern wilderness origin and the desolate demon egg were just two small things? Is the demon realm really so afraid of me? He was completely confused and couldn't find any clues at all. Logically speaking, even if his status was noble and the demon realm couldn't afford to provoke him, it shouldn't be to this extent. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Yang had just accepted the two items when the six of them flew over. However, when they saw Chu Yang, they only looked at him from afar and didn't dare to approach. Chao Ju had already laughed strangely and said, "Young master, we've already prepared the gift for you." Suddenly, Chao Ju took out firewood, rice, oil, salt, and pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Yang also stared. Chao Ju smiled and said, "Young master, listen to me. These were originally prepared for your idol. When you enter Emperor Island, these will be useful." After a pause, he smiled again and said, "Your idol said that you have to learn how to live. After all, although there are many ingredients in Emperor Island, There are no tools or tools to cook. Such a reason. Was the Five Elements sect stupid? Everyone was shocked and impressed. Could it be that the Five Elements sect specially produced strange people? However, haha, Chuyang laughed heartily. Wonderful, wonderful. This is simply wonderful. My idol is simply too thoughtful. As expected of my idol, he doesn't take the ordinary path. This was actually possible. The 6 people from the 4 nations and 2 sects, as well as the little gold rock king and the others, were all shocked. Just firewood, rice, oil, salt, pots, and basins were taken care of. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this a bit too outrageous? However, on second thought, there was a reason behind it. It was better to give the right thing than anything else. The Five Elements sect's words just now had accurately grasped this little devil's vein and hit the nail on the head. As expected of my idol senior brother, you have a bright future. After being praised, Chao Ju smiled and said, of course, I will follow behind Big Bastard Chu and Young Master unswervingly. I will contribute to the shameless and shameless cause. The Saint Son of Zither Melody also smiled. Whoever dared to say that Chao Ju was a fool was definitely the biggest fool. Chao Ju obviously realized something, but pretended not to know. At this time, he came out and put a perfect end to it. Chapter 784. Seeing the Saint Child's admiring gaze, Chao Ju knew that the Saint Child was praising him for his wit. His mouth twitched involuntarily. What had nothing to do with him. Just now, Chuyang had sent him a voice transmission. It was only at this moment that Chao Ju realized that the little nephew he was talking about, the so-called young master, was Chuyang. Bastard Chu, you've really played big. You fooled everyone like monkeys. Suddenly, Chao Ju realized that he was very familiar with Chu Yang's method. In the Five Elements sect, Chuyang had used the title, I'm the most handsome, to cause chaos in the Five Elements sect. Now, it was just that I'm the most handsome had become East Continent's little prince, but he had also turned the Eastern wilderness upside down. Chuyang had left with the excuse of learning how to cook. He didn't know what happened to the 4 countries, 3 sects, the Sea Demon City, and the Fiend Realm. The only thing he cared about was the battle in the Fiend Realm. He had also received news from the Saint Child that the 4 countries, 3 sects, and the Sea Demon City had joined forces to stop the Fiend Realm from stealing the Eastern Wilderness's origin. The desolate demon prince had fled and disappeared. In the Five Elements sect's encampment, Chuyang began to absorb the Eastern Wilderness's origin in a secret room. I wonder how much the Eastern Wilderness's origin can improve my genius martial soul and idiot martial soul. Lil Guai wasn't here. Little 6 and Little 5 weren't here either. Lil Guai was too obvious. It was a huge flaw, so Chuyang sent away in advance. It was also stupid, so he had to let Little 6 and Little 5 follow him. Chuyang only planned to improve his genius martial soul and idiot martial soul. He still needed the identity of the East Continent's little prince. If his physical body also broke through to the 2nd level, he would grow by 1 year and become 8 or 9 years old. The change wasn't very big, but if he broke through to the 3rd or 4th level, it would be too obvious. Boom! Soon, 20 dragons appeared in the void behind him. 20 dragon power. Originally, Chuyang's strength had already reached 15 dragons, and his martial spirits had also been upgraded to 2nd grade. His physical body was only 5 dragons away from perfection. Now that he had absorbed the Eastern Wasteland's origin, his strength had instantly reached 20 dragons. Now that he had reached the great circle of the 2nd layer of the Soul Ascension realm, his small body couldn't help but grow a little taller. Every time he advanced to the 2nd transformation of the Ascending Soul realm, he would generally grow older by 1 year. When he broke through to the 9th transformation of the 2nd transformation, he would more or less recover his original appearance. Now, I'll use the remaining Eastern Wilderness origin source to upgrade my Genius Martial Soul and Fool Martial Soul. Chuyang did not plan on devouring the desolate demon egg right now. He planned to leave it for Little 6 or Little 5 and let one of them enter the egg to revive. Third level of the ascending soul realm. Fourth level of the ascending soul realm. Fifth level of the ascending soul realm. The absorption of the Eastern Wilderness origin source by the genius martial soul and fool martial soul was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had completely absorbed the Eastern Wilderness origin source. His physical body, saber and sword martial soul, and flood dragon martial soul were not contaminated by the Eastern Wilderness origin source at all. They were still at the second transformation of the second transformation, but the improvement of the genius martial soul and fool martial soul was also very shocking. In just an instant, they had risen by 5 levels. The Eastern Wilderness origin source is really good stuff. It can actually upgrade my 2 great martial souls by 3 levels. It's really incredible. The upgrade of the genius martial soul and fool martial soul required a huge amount of energy. Chuyang knew very well that being able to upgrade them by 3 levels was already far beyond his imagination. Chapter 785. Rumble. Suddenly, Chu Yang's mind trembled. From his forehead, a mental energy fluctuation formed a visible shockwave that rushed out. Everywhere it passed, everything was flattened. Even the houses collapsed. Within his spiritual world, it was a scene of destruction. The entire sky had collapsed. However, this only lasted for an instant. After the sky collapsed, an even wider world appeared in front of him. In an instant, Chu Yang's spiritual world was much wider than before. It was as if a lake had turned into an ocean. Heavenly Barrier, rank 5 Array Master. Chu Yang was shocked. The genius martial soul and idiot martial souls leveling up was like a child becoming a god. The heavenly barrier that bound them was directly broken by them. The heavens are helping me. I broke through the heavenly barrier and became a rank 5 Array Master. With arrays, I will have the ability to deal with spirit stage experts in the future. Chuyang was overjoyed. At this moment, if the entire world was like a martial artist's paradise after reaching the spirit stage, then Chuyang felt that the entire world was his array. His perception had suddenly become much greater. Currently, the Sea Fiend City was like a clear pool in his perception. He could see through almost everything. The Sea Fiend City's City Lord's Mansion, the Fiend Realm, and the 4 nations' 3 sex encampments in the Sea Fiend City were all within his perception. Not only are there us fiends on Emperor Island, but there are also the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor and his loyal subordinates. Right now, Emperor Island has already become the natives there. The Emperor Island is filled with treasures and great fortunes. If one can enter the sealed land in the end, pass the test, and gain the recognition of the Eastern Wasteland Pagoda, unifying the Eastern Wasteland would be a piece of cake. It would be best if we could confirm this brat's identity before he enters Emperor Island. Otherwise, it would cause too much of an impact. It's not easy to go to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness. We have to cross many oceans. Even if we reach the Eastern Wilderness, how can we easily investigate this brat's identity? Why would the Gongsun family care about us Easter barbarians? Who is spying? The moment he broke through to become a level 5 Array Master, Chu Yang sensed a lot of things, but they were all very fragmented and only a few words. After all, there was a capable person in the other side who had a great shielding effect. However, this was enough. Chu Yang already knew a lot. Half a month later, on the west side of the Sea Demon City, in the endless ocean, there was a mist that seemed to cover the entire ocean. It was hazy and faintly discernible. Not long after, the mist filled the Sea Demon City, causing a commotion in the city. Not long after, a loud sound was heard from the ocean, shaking the heaven and earth. Endless multicolored light shot out, as if a great sun had risen there. At that moment, everyone in the Sea Demon City felt as if a god had awoken from a long slumber in the vast ocean. He opened his eyes from the hazy chaos, and those multicolored lights seemed to be shooting out from his eyes. Rumble. Amidst the vast ocean, thunder and lightning interweaved, The sound of thunder was deafening, and torrential rain poured down. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Emperor Island is finally going to appear and reappear in the world. The passageway is about to open. All the important figures from various forces in the Sea Demon City opened their eyes wide at this moment. They looked at the vast ocean and watched nervously. In the vast ocean, there were raging waves. Huge waves soared into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. However, they were still unable to block out everything. A blurry yet incomparably huge shadow was faintly discernible, as if a continent was floating over from afar. Chapter 786. Emperor Island is a world of its own. It is an extremely powerful dimensional space. Today's opening is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Children, this is an opportunity for you, and also a test for you. You might be able to obtain a great opportunity inside, or you might die without a burial ground. It is up to you to decide. An elder shouted loudly, shaking the entire Sea Demon City. This elder did not belong to any faction. Quickly prepare. Our great way wants to unify the Eastern Wilderness. This is the best opportunity. If we can obtain the recognition of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance, our Wu country will unify the Eastern Wilderness. Even if we cannot obtain the inheritance of Emperor Island, we must not let others succeed. Fey region, you have to be extremely careful. Although the 4 countries and 3 sects have foiled their plans, there are desolate demons suppressed in Emperor Island. If they were to rescue the desolate demons, we would become food for the Fey. The 4 countries and 3 sects, Sea Demon City, and various factions in the Eastern Wilderness had different goals, but at this moment, they were all overwhelmed with emotions. Before the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor died, he left behind Emperor Island to select the next great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. It could be said that the inheritor of Emperor Island would inherit the Eastern Wilderness. In an instant, the entire Sea Demon City was in chaos. All the major factions were on the move. Everyone was on the move. Many people who were previously silent had now appeared and were no longer hiding. Screech, the little gold rock king, was the first to fly over. It transformed into its true form, a 1,000-foot-long gold rock bird with large wings. It spread its wings and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Roar! King Nine Spirit and Winged Tiger King roared. After the little gold rock king, they also flew towards Emperor Island. Little Ape King, Little Three-Eyed King, Princess Fox, and many other demon races, eagle demons, bear demons, wolf demons, and others also rushed towards the vast ocean. Of course, in the Eastern Wilderness, the strength of the human race was at its peak. Wei Country, Wu Country, Han Country, Chi Country, Dragon Tiger Sect, 7-Star Sect, various aristocratic families, various large and small sects, as well as Sea Demon City, were all heading towards Emperor Island in the middle of the vast ocean. Young Master, can you hurry up? If this goes on, we'll be left behind. When the disciples of the 5 Elements sect saw how slow Chu Yang was, they were so anxious that they lost their heads. They even urged Chu Yang to hurry up. Why are you panicking? If you follow me, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get anything? You're looking down on me. Chu Yang glared. Should I prove it to you first? The disciples of the 5 Elements sect came to their senses at once. Don't. Little young master, you're so resourceful and powerful. We misspoke just now. Let's slap ourselves. All right, look at all of you. You're really embarrassing my idol. If I see my idol, I'll surely advise him to leave the 5 Elements sect as soon as possible. Everyone from the 5 Elements sect was speechless. How is this a disgrace? First come, first served. There were many natural treasures in the Emperor Island. If one lagged behind, there would be nothing left. Little young master, hurry up. There wasn't enough time. The saint's son's face darkened. This little brother of his dissed both outsiders and himself. He was always so frivolous. Chao Ju also gritted his teeth. He really wanted to beat up Chu Yang. There were mountains of gold and silver there. Even if it didn't care, they did. All right, all right, all right. I really have to hand it to you guys. Haven't you heard of the saying, good food is not afraid of being late? Those who go in first are just scouting for us. What he said made sense. However, the saint's son didn't have time to argue with him. He led the 5 elements sect and rushed out of the sea demon city, arriving at the seaside. Boom! In the vast ocean, the primal chaos mist became thicker and thicker. In the end, it surged and roared like waves. It was a spectacular and majestic sight. At this moment, the waves on the sea were even bigger. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, surging up and down violently. It seemed as if the whole world was rumbling violently. Many people had lived for more than half their lives, but this was the first time they saw such a scene. It was simply too majestic. While they were still at the seaside, the 5 elements sect could already feel the endless waves. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging towards them. The waves hit the sky, and the rumbling sound shook the heavens. It was boundlessly terrifying. Boom! At the place where the Emperor Island appeared, there was another loud explosion. The misty primal chaos there was dispelled. It was as if there was a big hand calming down the ocean. The waves also gradually calmed down. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.